Good morning and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's round 4 action in the WICB Championship. TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride. TNT Red Force have won the toss and decided to bat first. And here we are. It is Keegan Simmons and Jeremy Solozano who will be opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago. Keegan Simmons, the left-hander, Solozano at the other end. And for Barbados, opening the bowling is going to be Miguel Cummings at the southern end. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Sheldon Rooks. And Sheldon, it's going to be a tough match here. Barbados first in the table, 47.4 points. Trinidad and Tobago in third, 43 points. But it's one of the closest races ever, with the top 14 separated by less than 6 points. Good morning to you.
And a very good morning to you, Vidya. Good morning to everyone at home, wherever you may be watching. Yes, it is tight at the top. Both of these teams are coming off losses, painful losses last week. So they're in here both wanting a win to keep their hopes of the title alive. I really feel as though we've already reached that stage where you lose here, and that's pretty much it.
Umpire Bassarat is the presiding umpire at square leg. Umpire Ramdani. Here's Miguel Cummings. First ball of this big clash. Oh, that's got some pace already and some bounce and well left. Just swinging in at the wicketkeeper there. Dalrich took it well just beside his face.
Well, a couple of things to pick up on what you just said there. One is the pace and the bounce, and the other is the swing. So we were here to see some really nice movement, some good swing. Both the teams, Jamaica and Windward Islands, got the ball to move around. If Cummings can get that as well as that kind of pace and bounce, he's going to cause lots of problems.
No ball to start off very early here from Miguel Cummings. 3 slips and a gully in place, and that is not a great start here from Cummings, but Barbados, they have started here, just to give the teams. Craig Braffett, the captain, started here with Chase, Simmons, Cummings, Warrican, Mosley, Graves, Carter, Jordan, Reefer, and Dalrich. As for Trinidad and Tobago, their skipper Imran Khan is back here. I will give you the TNT team in a moment. Here's Cummings again. Better delivery this time by Cummings. Outside of Khan, it's Mohammed, Charles, De Silva, and Jason Mohammed, and of course Uthman Mohammed is in today. Simmons, Karaya, Bravo, Solozano, Hines, and Gabriel. That's the teams here today. Trinidad and Tobago have won just 1 of their last 5 games against Barbados, and it is a dismal record for TNT against the Bajans.
They're going to have to turn things around here today, that's for sure.
Another good delivery here from Cummins, just outside the off-stump. And again, we're seeing that late swing into the keeper. The cross breeze hasn't quite picked up early here. The birds are around, as you can see there, but it hasn't quite picked up just yet.
Patience was what David Furlong was talking about this morning. Take time for the batsman. Get to have a look at the track and see what the ball is doing.
Yeah, if anything, it's a bit of bounce. Simmons just doing the business here, getting early in. Simmons played the 2 games earlier, but just 57 runs from his 2 matches before that. As for Solozano, not great returns for him also. Just 70 runs from the 2 games he's played. Missed the first match against Jamaica. First runs here off the bat for Trinidad and Tobago. And that's going to run close to the boundary, but not close enough. 2 runs off the bat here for Keegan Simmons.
Yeah, just a defensive push, wasn't it, really? Almost fending it off, not 100% sure about whether to play or not. Slightly better line, and he just pushed it past that man at gully there, and They picked up 2.
Good delivery, maybe 2 noises there. There's a confident shout, and that's turned down by the umpire. So at the end of the first over, 3 without loss, and Solozano, that's actually Simmons, surviving a confident appeal there for LBW.
Yeah, it sounded like it had 2 noises in it, didn't it? Once that happens, you really don't look to see where the balls are going, because it's a moot point. Once you've got the little inside edge onto the pad, that's what it sounded like from up here.
Raymond Reefer is going to take up the attack from the northern end here for the Barbados Pride. 9 wickets for Raymond Reefer, the most of any bowler for Barbados in the tournament. He's played all 3 games, has a best of 6 for 23 and a very good average, 14 for the season, and quite economical also, 2.95. Actually, that's not Reefer, because I'm seeing here, excuse me, I've written down the wrong number. It's Jordan, actually. Correction, Jordan is the man in. Yeah, I should really improve my handwriting, shouldn't I?
Well, that's okay. That can happen. I'm just wondering why I never spotted the fact that he had Jordan written on the back of his shirt. And I was reading it.
That one pitched in just outside the off stump to the left-hander here. That just a hint of movement away. That's a feature of those who've never seen any matches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Because of the stiff crosswind, the ball will tend to move away from the left-hander here. Oh, he's bowled him! A brilliant delivery that moves away from the bat and knocks over the off stump. That's a great delivery and a wonderful start here for the Barbados Pride, and Simmons is gone. That is a peach of a delivery. 3 for 1 TNT.
Yeah, it looked as though he got everything behind it, but needed to be that little bit further off, over towards off stump, to have it completely covered. Once you rattle the stumps, you're either late getting across or you've left a bit of room. Maybe the angle as well. Just felt that he'd got it covered, and as you said, video, it does move away from the left-hander. That was a beauty.
Yeah, it certainly was. It pitched and left him, and he was late on the shot. So that brings Darren Bravo in very early here. Bravo not have been expected to be in for quite a while, but Simmons getting his call here back in, and Akeem Jordan, who actually made his debut in the last match for Barbados Pride, getting his 8th wicket here. 7 wickets in the last game for Akeem Jordan, and now he had 4 for 31 against Guyana, and now picking up his 8th wicket here. So this has been a great start for him, the youngster. It's only 27 and averaging already 19.85. 1 match and a couple of balls here. So what a start to this first-class cricket for him.
Just when you wanted to have a good start, you're coming off a loss, you've had 2 scores that weren't that great. As a top-order batsman, I'm thinking, you want to be able to take time, get in, have a long bat, and you get bowled over early. It's going to be a long couple of days now for a top-order batsman.
It certainly could be. But, especially when your teammates, if they get off to a great start and they end up with hundreds at the end of the day, you're out pretty much second or third ball. Yes, everything good about You can see it there in that delivery from Jordan. He's getting the ball to move away, and it's accentuated actually by the cross breeze here with a slight swing away. So he's going to be very careful of this here. Bravo, 3 slips in a gully and a backward point in place for him.
Jordan would have liked the line to be a little bit straighter. Gave the batsman a sight. You want to make them play early.
Yeah, just a little bit straighter from Jordan, but he'll learn quickly here. What has Bravo done for the season? Just a 1 match, and not great returns. Just 9 runs in that defeat to the Leeward Islands last week. So 9 runs, 7 his top score for the season. Not great reading here for Darren Bravo. He's a much better player than that.
Another one who'd like to turn things around.
Oh, that was a good delivery. A little bit closer this time. And Bravo thought about playing, but letting that one go. End of 2 overs, a successful over for Akeem Jordan. And at the end of it, the Trinidad and Tobago team have lost their first wicket. Keegan Simmons going bald for 2.
Yeah, he could afford to leave that one on length. It's just that little bit short. He's got good bounce, nice carry here. So despite the fact that it went over the off stump, he could afford to leave that one.
Another left-hander here for Trinidad and Tobago. So 3 left-handers at the start of at the top of the TNT batting order. One of them gone. Simmons, Solozano, and Bravo out there right now. Well, was that one moved back in late there as soon as it passed the batsman. Thought about the cut shot that time.
Yeah.
Decided to let that go.
Just got up a little bit higher than I think he thought. Looking to go back and punch that through that big gap in the covers there. Maybe even snatched at it a little bit. His eyes lit up.
Closer to him this time. As you mentioned, that big gap outside of the backward point. There's a short extra cover there in the skipper Brathwaite, who's just there to receive the ball next to Cummings. Mid-on in place, and very short square leg in place also. A forward square leg in place there for the bowler. Goes short, but too far down the leg side for Miguel Cummings, who has campaigned in the county championship. Was at Worcestershire at one point. Was with Kent last year, a team that you're very familiar with.
Yeah, I would have enjoyed watching his spell there. They're not long. That's the problem. You don't get them from April to September. They come in and do a little bit here and here, and it's not always with red ball cricket either.
Cummings played with Kent between April and June last year. Not a lot of wickets I'm seeing here during that spell. Just 2 wickets in 5 games that he would have played in those single innings. Well, there were some single innings matches at the end, but didn't have a great time last year with Kent.
That man that you mentioned that is at like a short, halfway with the square leg. That short ball that was misdirected down the leg side. I mean, that's really why he's there. It's not short leg. That's where he would be now. But he's going to walk back 5-6 feet, I suppose, and be almost halfway between the stumps and the square leg umpire.
Yeah. So, well, in terms of a measure, 2 widths of a pitch and a half, or just about 3. That's where he is. So far, Solozano not tempted into anything, but this is typical from Solozano. He's going to let a lot of balls go early here. It's 3 for 1, maiden over there by Cummings.
Take your time, get yourself in, and then see where your scoring opportunities arise. That's not to say that you're not looking to score. Of course you are, but quite early on, you don't want to be chasing things unnecessarily. We're all already one down, so that's what you should say to yourself. We're already one down. Don't want to go down with a second wicket this early on.
That's a good testing delivery. Maybe a little bit closer in to the batsman to get Darren Bravo to play. Hakeem Jordan, who's played for the combined campuses and colleges and the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, for making his first-class debut. 26 List A matches and a couple of T20s in there. So a lot of white ball cricket for him, but this is only his second red ball game at the regional level. What a start. Oh, that's a good delivery again, and Bravo, he just slammed his fist onto his thigh as if to tell himself he shouldn't be playing at that.
Well, it's difficult. He got the line absolutely right there, didn't he, Jordan? Just back of a length so that it climbed a bit on Bravo, but if you're going to leave that one and it doesn't get up, you could find yourself in some trouble.
Bit shorter this time and wider outside the off stump. Outside of this big clash between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados, Jamaica, they are taking on Guyana, resurgent Guyana, getting a big win over Barbados in the last game. They're fighting away at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex in Diego Martin. The result there, that's where TNT would have played last. And Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. Very good delivery once again here from Jordan. He's been impressive since he started here, using the conditions well now.
Just straightened him up a little bit there.
A lot of chatter out there right now. Bravo under all sorts of pressure. Hasn't had a great start since he's come back into international cricket. Bravo has struggled at test level, lost his place. At first class level, hasn't been at his best. I'm sure they'll be giving him some gentle reminders of that. Here's another good tester.
Yeah, once Jordan gets to control that ball and he really feels confident that he can start that on almost on leg stump as it comes from the hand, and it drifts in, comes to middle. By the time it pitches, it's going to go just outside the off stump. Those are very, very difficult ones to leave.
Easier one to leave this time. Just mentioned that Bravo would have gotten just 9 runs in the last game as the over comes to an end here. Crossed over the 6,000 run barrier in first class cricket in the last game. Averages 35.33 at first class level, 1,200s and 34 50s in all. So that's quite a tidy record, and he has a little bit of a milestone when he's on to bat. 98 catches, could possibly get his 100 today, maybe tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow for TNT fans' sake.
Yeah, 100 catches would be a nice milestone. I think you might be thinking more in terms of 100 runs. You'd love to get that.
Oh yes, he certainly would. He's due for one, as the cricket fans would say. Well, there's a saying in Trinidad, after you know it, he owes us some runs. Down the leg side, and that's beaten Dorich over the ropes for 4 runs. That flicked something. Well, it's signaled as runs, so he did get a touch onto that. Change of the angle, almost gets a wicket here for the Pride.
Yeah, I kind of detected a nice faint sound, and then the leap by the wicketkeeper wasn't one just to stop something, it was to catch. He also heard it, I'm sure.
It's a nice subplot to the game too. We have the 2 wicket keepers who are battling for the West Indies test place here.
Right.
So it's a nice little subtext to the match. You have Dorich on, who is in action right now. That was a difficult chance. I don't think too many people would have gotten even close to that. And then you have Joshua De Silva for Trinidad and Tobago. He's the incumbent wicketkeeper batsman at the moment, 100 in his last game. So it's a nice little battle here between these two, and there'll be some scrutiny as to how they both perform here.
Be hard to dislodge De Silva quickly now, not least of all because the last couple of innings as well, not just at test level but at regional 4-day level, he's looked competent, he's looked solid. Well, certainly with the bat, and I think that's a big plus for when you're considering, who you're going to pick for the West Indies.
Strikes him on the pad, massive appeal, and it's turned down with their two noises there. That was very, very close indeed, and Solozano survives.
Well, I wonder if the angle that he's bowling at made the umpire think that this is going to take it down leg around the wicket to the left-hander. Nope, I don't think so.
Strikes him, let's see.
Yeah.
From that angle, that strikes him about off stump. So is that going to travel far enough to beat the leg stump? Well, from that angle, touch and go, maybe touching the outside of the leg stump. Difficult to give from that angle. Oh, Dowridge, this one has bounced in front of him and beaten him into the ropes again for the second time in the over. Leg slip in place this time, but that's just defeated him to his right.
It's very difficult when the technology that we get exposed to at another level isn't available at this level. You just have to accept that the man in the middle, who is experienced and has the knowledge, makes the right decision. That's the way it's always been. We get a little bit spoiled, when we can go back to this kind of replay and see the lines and this kind of angle. The umpire's out there, he gets one look at it, he has to make a decision based on being absolutely certain that it's going to be out, not it might be. If it's might be, he won't give it. He has to be absolutely certain that that ball is going to go on to hit the stumps. On that occasion, he wasn't.
Edged and caught at second slip, and Solozano has to go, and Miguel Cummings forcing him to play this time, and Solozano's poor run on his return here to the TNT team continues. He's out for 6, 8 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, it won't matter about the LBW now, will it?
Certainly doesn't.
Because 2 balls later, he gets drawn into pushing at that. Down at the other end.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Saw the length, went over the stops, but he played it on the length, and that was high enough for Solozano to say, I'm just going to drop the hands there and leave that one. But he decided to have a push at it, and was it at second or third slip?
Second slip it was, yeah.
Well taken as well. Came at a nice height, and they are standing a good way back. There's a nice carry here.
Yeah, it certainly does.
Catch or something. That was a comfortable one. And as you said, the form continues.
Yeah, it has been. So just outside of your picture, what had happened there was that while we were describing the dismissal, the physio was on, and Shane Dorridge actually was having a word with the physio. Let's hope that he is okay to continue here. He is going to continue, by the way. Maybe just having a quick word. Maybe there might be a little niggle somewhere around. Just wanted a little bit of word advice, maybe something there. But the physio is now off, and Dorridge is going to continue. So we'll keep an eye on that for you here.
That was the end of the over as well, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
So I wanted to see who it was that was at second slip.
It is their number 10, Chase, is the man who took it.
Was it Chase? Or have they swapped now?
No, they swapped
yeah,
now.
Yeah,
so
he's now... Yeah, Chase was going to go into the second slip position, but he's now first, isn't he? So whoever is at second...
Who's on first, you're saying?
Yeah.
Good delivery once again from Jordan to start off here. Who's on first? Watson second? Is that famous gag? Yes. Yeah.
That's the baseball one, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
Right, so real problems for Trinidad and Tobago here. 2 down early on.
Jason Mohammed has come in. He's at the non-striker's end. As Jordan continuing outside the off stump, and shouts of approval from the slips behind him. They're in a little bit closer now. That might be why there's a little bit of a swap. Perhaps Chase wasn't too happy with that angle, but took that well. It was, in fact, just correct that. It is Carter who's taken it at the second slip, so they didn't quite switch over. That's a good catch by Carter. He's been around for a long time. Interestingly, as he's listed as a pace bowler for this one. Very much a medium pacer, Carter, but you know, it's all about the points also for the bowling points in this game. Well, they're already 2 points, 2.2. We'll make that 0.4 points for Barbados with the wickets taken by the fast bowlers here. No one surprised him. He's trying to, and then the bouncer to keep him back on the back foot, so pegged onto the crease. So that one that's going to pitch and straighten and look for the LBW of the ball is coming soon.
I think he'd like that one back. It was just that little bit too short. You could see that ducked underneath it fairly easily and went a bit too high.
Another one wide outside the off stump here from Jordan. So Solozano gone, caught by Carter of Cummings for slip, for 6. And Keegan Simmons bowled by a very good delivery from Jordan for 2. So wickets to both of the Barbados Pride bowlers here. What a start here for Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago defeating Barbados by 147 runs right here 2 years ago. Yeah, that's another one he would have wanted back, maybe a bit further, a couple of inches to the left, and that would have been the perfect delivery. End of the over, 11 for 2, TNT Red Force.
Yeah, first couple of deliveries began to set things up nice, Jordan, and then he wants to, you can see that he wants to maintain his pace, and in trying that short ball and trying to keep it fast and short, just a little bit too short, and he didn't have to play at it. Same thing when he came back with the next delivery, a little bit too wide, could leave that one alone, maybe just take half a yard of pace off it and get some more control. Make sure that you are making the batsman play. You don't want to allow them to leave too many balls alone early on in their innings, and then they get settled, they get the feel for being out the middle, they get the feel for what the ball is doing.
Four slips, and the gully in place now for Cummings. Oh, Jason Mohammed playing and missing outside the off stump. This is going to be a big test here for Jason Mohammed, with that ball swinging late away from him. If the feet aren't moving, there are a lot of slips waiting to snap that up.
Yeah, it's not the most attractive finish position when you've got both feet pointing down the track. It means you've been turned around.
Well, this one doesn't get all of it, but that is enough to take it very close to the boundary here off the bat of Jason Mohammed, and he's just pulled it back. That's good fielding. Has saved a run here for his team. Jason Mohammed off the mark on 3. Not the delivery that Cummings would have liked to have put across to the batsman. But 14 for 2 here. Mohammed off the mark.
Yeah, it didn't have that nice crack sound, did it? Didn't quite get it in the middle. And it was a good chase, and used that kind of football, not back heel, but little flick to bring it back to his teammate who ran it down with him.
Yeah, stop it from crossing the line to go over the goal line, something like that.
Well, they saved one. You never know, come the end of the game, whether every single run is going to count. Good chase.
Bravo still to get off the mark, 16 deliveries paced. And you almost stayed on that score. That was, I almost headed back there. Good delivery from Cummings. Barbados Pride bowlers very much on top here in the early stages of this game. A real battle for TNT, and let me lay this on you here, Rooksy. Only 2 batsmen from Trinidad and Tobago have gotten over, I make it 70 runs for the season, and that's with 3 matches already played. Karaya, 263 runs, is one of them. Flicked away, straight at the fielder, so you stay on scoreless.
He had 100.
Yeah, he had 100
last week,
game.
didn't he?
De Silva, who had 73, he has 208 runs. The next highest after that is Isaiah Raja, who has been dropped from this game. He got 73. Then Solazano, who has been dismissed, he got 70. So not a lot in terms of runs here for TNT for this, the first 3 games.
No, that does not bode well for this match. And that's why it's important that both batsmen and those to come look at the length of time that they've got, and don't get drawn in to chasing after balls that you don't have to. We've had one absolute beauty. Hard to keep that one out. So it's not as though you can say they've been rash shots.
Climbs on him. Bravo deals with it well, not comfortably, but well enough. Overcomes to an end. Bravo is still yet to score after 20 deliveries. TNT 14 for 2.
Well, was he not in a similar position last week? Did he not take a while over whatever it was that he scored up in Digger Martin? I think he took a while as well. If you look at the number of balls faced in each of the innings there.
Jordan will continue here. So the slips in place for Barbados. They have certainly have quite a lot of them. Just taking a look at Bravo's innings in the first game. He got 7, his top score for the season, by the way, of 35 deliveries in Trinidad and Tobago's first innings. And in the second innings, he got 2 of 42. So that facing almost 100 balls, 70 odd to be exact. And he's gotten only 9 runs, so he's really struggling here.
Yeah. If it goes on to be a big innings, then all is forgiven.
Oh, that's coming a long, long way. Wow. What a delivery that was from Jordan. Now, there was a gust of wind just before that ball came in, so he just slowed it up a little bit, and it just swung in. Look at this. Look where it started. Take a look at this from Hakeem Jordan. Have you ever seen one swing this much here in the Caribbean? Here it is. Starts wide, and look at that. It's coming back. That may have found the off stump here. Jason Mohammed was going to let that go, and suddenly, alarmingly, saw it coming back to him. It's a second one, very, very similar here. So he's going to have to be very much aware of this. We have seen him use more of an off-stump guard in the past, so that might be a possibility here if he finds that he can't deal with that swing readily early here.
Well, we were talking about the difficulty that the bowlers have in controlling deliveries that have a lot of swing.
A little bit less this time.
Well, it's also the same for the batsmen. They've got to learn how to cope with that amount of swing. Into line early, line it up, and then decide whether you have to play at it or not. Easily said from the comfort of a chair that's this distance away.
Yeah, got into line well and saw it wasn't going to threaten the off stump, lets it go.
Yeah.
There are the three musketeers in the slips there. Chase, and there's Carter next to him, and Warrican, top three catchers in the Barbados Pride team. And Craig Brathwaite must be very happy. He's already seen one catch being taken in the slips. What a start here from Akeem Jordan. Still hasn't conceded a run. Okay, I think I put put the demons on him there, but that's run away close to what's the boundary? They get 2. Okay, so he has conceded a run now, and 2 of them. So his figure's 1 for 2. It was going to happen at some point.
He's bowling well. I think that was your point. I agree with you, and he's getting the ball to move. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen him spray it around. So he's got a good degree of control. They've been lucky enough to be able to leave a couple alone.
And a little bit shorter this time, and Mohammed picks up another one. They decided not to go for 2. So that's 3 for Mohammed. Bravo is not going to be on strike because Mohammed takes up the strike here. And after Jordan's 4th over, 1 for 3 is figures, 17 for 2 at the end of the over.
There's something in all 3 of the matches. Here, we said right at the beginning that table-topping Barbados will want to win here and really cement their place at the top. There's also the possibility that the team in 2nd place, Leeward Islands, who are going up against Windward Islands, may come unstuck. All right, they're coming off a big win, but if there's a shocker there and the bottom of the table, Windward Islands, takes it, well, it will be a great help to Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. But I suppose the decision that the home fans are most interested in is a win for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, even at this early stage, that looks like a big task.
Mohammed is very much a trump card for Trinidad and Tobago. He's the man who scored the most runs over the past 5 seasons or so for TNT. 6 of 9 already. And Barbados separated from the Leeward Islands by a matter of 0.8 of a point. Not even a full point yet, so it's very, very close. TNT, 4.2 points behind Barbados. And Guyana, 5.8 points behind. That's how close it is. Less than 6 points separate the top 4. Yeah, a bit more bounce on that, and Mohammed deals with it well. So it's going to be a big challenge here for these two. And that Leeward's-Windward's match is going to be very interesting because, I mean, you can throw the form book aside when those two come up against each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It would be... We'll keep an eye on it, obviously, and let you at home know as and when we get information about what's happening at... is it... They're playing at the Oval, aren't they?
Yeah, it certainly are. And Leeward Islands, Jamaica, that clash taking place, that is Leeward Islands, Guyana at Diego Martin. Oh, another great delivery here from Cummings. Feeling for that outside the off stump, Jason Mohammed. And yeah, told them, yeah, that's too good for me, mate.
Yeah. He has a genuine push at this, doesn't he, Mohammed?
Ooh, that was very, very close. to say the least. Mohammed a bit lucky and a bit relieved, more like it, not to hear the death rattle behind him.
Played away from his body there, didn't get the front foot out to the pitch of the ball.
Better from Mohammed, and that is a lovely stop. Just getting the big right hand across to knock it down there, Simmons, and makes a stop. Two players with similar names, Simmons with a D in it, and we have Simmons who's been dismissed with no D. Keegan Simmons on one side. That's a nice stop. He just got a big right hand across to it, and that would have been 4.
I like that video. That's a good description. Simmons and Simmons with the D.
Ramon Simmons for Barbados, by the way, 20-year-old, playing in only his 3rd match.
Oh,
he goes for the pull shot. There's no one out there outside of that forward short leg in place. Well, that one was swinging away from him. Always going to be difficult to execute that shot.
Again, he plays it from the crease. He doesn't step back and give himself that split second more time. He sees it short and he thinks, I'm going to have a go at that.
Fuller delivery. Nice looking push to the onside. That's going to be an easy 2 here for Jason Mohammed. So this is the 5th over for Cummings. And based on what we will see, I think Jordan's going to be in for his 5th over. So perhaps Craig Brathwaite might be considering a change at the moment. Yannick Correa, who is slated to be in next, he's there. 100 in his last game. Has upped the ante in terms of his training, he said. And that's Carrie Pierre, who's the 12th man for the team. A couple of the other players who are not involved still just to their right. But Correa has been in good form. Also had 6 wickets, I believe, in the last game.
Keeping himself busy for the Red Force then.
He has, and apparently he's been to the same barber as you, I think.
I think
it a little bit short there, Brooksy.
I can't remember the last time I went to a barber. It's just a natural progression, I'm afraid.
Love the way you put it.
You can't stop the hands of time.
No, you can't. Waits on no one.
And at the moment, they're all over me.
Yeah. Here today, gone tomorrow.
I'd love to go and take a cut, but I'll save myself that money now.
And the man we just mentioned, Ramon Simmons, is going to come on here. And left arm fast medium is his description. See if that's fast medium or medium fast. But he's just very young. He's 20 years of age. So a bit quicker through the air than Raymond Reefer. So Bravo still to score here after 21 deliveries. He's been kept off the strike for the last 2 overs by Jason Mohammed. Now he's back on here. And with the left armour on, let's see how he faces with the challenge of the youngster.
Well, he's got an opportunity here in facing, as you say, a youngster. Hasn't quite got the experience yet to set up and pull apart someone of Bravo's calibre.
That's an elegant drive there through the extra cover region, just to the right of the fielder, and that's 4. And after 21 scoreless deliveries, he has exploded with a boundary here off young Simmons. That's a lovely shot. Vintage Bravo.
Yeah, and what I was trying to hint at was it's a difficult time for the young man to come and bowl to someone like Bravo. Bravo has had a look at a few balls. He had sometime in the middle, although we know he's out of form, but that's not going to last for long. Sooner or later he's going to come good.
Played it inside the line that time, clearly pulling the bat away. Has worked out how much the ball is going to deviate with the wind. Batsman of his quality, very much attuned, knows how to recalibrate his mechanisms here in his batting.
And the young man, like Simmons, is going to be under pressure early into the Barbados team, early into the attack as well, and going to carry a lot of responsibility. I wouldn't want to see him go for too many.
Well, that's swung late here, and credit to Dorridge to get a hand to that, because it was over the last few meters before it got to him. Really took a sharp deviation to the right, almost like that Jabulani ball we saw in football at the World Cup 2010, which just seemed to turn unpredictably. This one just swinging very late.
This is good for Bravo, to be honest. He doesn't have to face their top strike bowler, and it looks as though there'll be a change at the other end as well.
Much better here. That one going on. Didn't swing this time. Bravo clearly playing at that one, defeating the edge. Moral victory here for the young man, Simmons. And always interesting to see the young players coming through. Barbados have a couple of players in the early 20s. Kamari Boyce, who was not selected for this game. He's 22. Ramon Simmons, a 20-year-old, in for this one. So a couple of 22-year-olds involved. Keon Harding, 25, he's also in. Short, and that's easily taken here. Well, not easily taken, but well taken by Dorridge, moving to his right. So 25 for 2. That one holds its line. No, it's not a sail, in case you're wondering. 25 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, didn't quite get the line right there, and it gave Bravo a chance to just watch it pass harmlessly down the leg side. Those gloves and inners are all...
That's for the batsman, by the way.
Yeah, they're all drying out there. They were all there this morning having a hit, so the ones who've used their inners and gloves this morning and sweated in them have got them lined up there now, rather like someone's washing, all strewn over the ground as opposed to be hanging up on a line. Anyway, we're back to the action here. 25 for 2. Mohammed is on 10 and Bravo's on 4.
Playing off the back foot this time. Still 4 slips and that gully in place. And the line of slips, Jordan at first slip, 78. There's Carter, Warrican at third, and then there's Chase at 4th slip. And I believe, yes, there is Chase at 4th slip, and then there's another player, that's Graves, also in that gully position here for the Barbados Pride. Yeah, the predatory slip cordon, just waiting for anything coming towards them. We played last week when we did the match here between Jamaica and the Windward Islands. It was on the pitch just to the left. You can just see it in the corner of your picture. And this one very much the most central of the pitches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And Jamaica completing a big win there by an innings and 14 runs. Had a day and a session to spare. Well, that is cracked off the back foot. It's going to get close to the boundary here. It's not going to go all the way, because the man going after it is the captain, Brathwaite, and he gets there well. So that's 2 to the total, and Mohammed picks up another couple here, and he is scoring fairly quickly in the context of the early stages of this game. That should give Bravo a little bit of the pressure off his back.
Yeah, got up nice onto his toes and cracked that through the offside. As you said, it didn't quite have the legs to take it to the boundary, but They picked up 2. All right, 12 off 17.
Trinidad and Tobago's record against Barbados has not been great. Yes, there was that 147-run victory in 2020, March 2020, but just a month before that, it was an absolute shambles in Barbados, where Barbados went on to beat TNT by 299 runs. That was a real fractious game there in Barbados. Before that, Barbados winning by 4 wickets, 2019, and again in 2019 by 7. And then you go back another couple of years to the 5th game down the line, Barbados winning by 207 runs. So not a lot of close matches there. It's either all or nothing in those 5 results. Bravo wants to talk things over here with Mohammed. It's a bit of encouragement for him. What's he asking for here? Gloves. Well, it's just examining the shoulder of the bat here. Is there a problem with the bat? Maybe Cummings bowling a heavy ball. I think he's feeling the jarring against the bat handle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought he was true there. Cummings overcomes to an end after 11 overs. Trinidad and Tobago 27-4-2. And we're getting close to the, well, just about 10 more minutes for the break, for the first water break, that is. Certainly the advantage with the Barbados Pride. The defending champions starting well here.
It was the bat that was troubling Mohammed. And they're going to bring out a couple. Take one of those. Must be nice to have a collection of bats in your bag that you can go to.
And a collection of gloves also. Who knows, those gloves we saw earlier might be all his. He's taken a new set of gloves, and he's also taken a new bat. Well, he has 2 with him now. Don't think that's allowed. Mohammed. There he is. New pair of gloves, new weapon in his hands. Let's see how he adapts now. It's going to be Simmons to continue here, his second over. So Cummings has bowled 6 now. Might see a change coming up at the other end. I think we might see Reefer coming in next. Carter is also listed as a pace bowler here for the Barbados team. So one of those 2 might be in next. At the southern end, that is. Yeah, so Simmons, we talked about him in the last over. Simmons has started with 6 wickets in his first game against, in that loss against Guyana. Well, first 2 games, I should say. 6 wickets, 5 for 86, his best match figures so far. Tidy average, 26.33. A little bit expensive in the context of the Barbados bowling, 3 for 36. Outside of Shamar Holder, he's been the most expensive economically for the Barbados team. This one flicked away. Interesting looking shot there from Bravo. He should get 2 here easily. Maybe a little bit slower than he expected it to come on to him.
Yeah, a little bit of a defensive look to that, kind of fending it off and turning it around the corner, but he managed to pick up 2. At the moment, I think Trinidad and Tobago would be happy to pick up any runs. 29 for 2 after 11 overs.
Shane Dorridge was having a word with his captain Craig Brathwaite, and they were signalling towards the fielder in that short mid-on position, but no change to the field. Well, here's the change coming now. Just outside of your picture, that short mid-on has gone. Is he going to a leg gully or so? He's just heading in that direction at the moment. Bravo's Just going to look round to see where he is. Yes, exactly where that ball dropped the last time. Might see another one, a short one coming. That's also a fine leg in place. Yeah, it doesn't deal with those shorter deliveries on the body comfortably. It's no secret that many teams will try the short ball. They'll try out Bravo early with the short deliveries. It's a tactic that has borne some fruit for opposition teams against Darren Bravo.
You just have to have the bowler that can carry out the plan, put that plan into action, and come up with the type of ball that will have him fending that off.
Mohammed hasn't faced this youngster before. Simmons has 3 slips and a gully in place here, slanting it across the right-hander. Oh, and he's hit it straight to gully. There is to backward point and takes the wicket. Disappointing here for Mohammed. And the first ball he's faced from him, attempting the attacking shot, and he is gone for 12. 30 for 3, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are sliding into further trouble here.
Again, I come back to that. Can we see it one more time, Ronnie? Have a look at this. Where does your front foot want to go? Well, it wants to go somewhere, doesn't it?
It didn't.
And it doesn't go anywhere. So he's playing away from his body. Now, he hit one down towards the boundary a while ago and got away with it when he didn't move his feet. He doesn't move his feet here. You get closer to it, you get on top of that, and you're hitting that down, not up. He's played away from his body there, it's gone up. And that's a nice catch, but a poor result for Jason Mohammed.
Yeah, it is Mohammed caught by Jordan at backward point off Simmons for 12. Simmons has his first wicket against Trinidad and Tobago, one that he'll remember for a long time, I'm sure. Yannick Correa is the next one out for Trinidad and Tobago. Exact 100 in his last game. Celebrated at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex with a leap, but he was out pretty soon after that. So, big challenge here for Yannick Correa, and from northeast Trinidad in the coal mine area in Sangre Grande, and a left-hander, another one of these left-handers. Jason Mohammed was just a temporary measure to stop the flow of left-handers, apparently. There's another one here for TNT.
I can't remember having seen a team with so many left-handers.
Well, I do.
Okay.
Guyana, Harpy Eagles,
right.
actually.
Oh, right, okay.
They started with 5 at the top. And there were some more at the end.
Well, we've got a few here as well.
We got 4 to 5, so Guyana will top them there. Hetmeyer was also in that team, so a succession of left-handers for that Harpy Eagles team in their first game, their narrow 1-wicket win over the Windward Islands. Oh, well taken by Doris. That was difficult because it was very low. And I tell you what, he got across to that very comfortably, used his feet well, and put in the dive.
Well, this is a good position for Simmons now. I'll come back to what it's like when he's bowling at Bravo, but right now he's got a wicket. He can set attacking fields because there's only 30 on the board. They're 3 down already, so you feel as though the scoreboard is giving him some protection.
Oh, that was a quick one. And Correa slow, wasn't his feet not up to the task just yet. Survives that, maybe a bit high as the over comes to an end here. Trinidad and Tobago losing their 3rd wicket, 30 for 3 at the end of the over.
Well, early on, you and I were chatting about, the various scenarios, the way that things could unfold, and I mentioned that I'd had a chat with David Furlong, and he was talking about getting yourself in and batting for long periods of time. Trinidad and Tobago are not going to want to get rolled over again, as they were when they played last week. But they've already got problems here, losing 3. Are we halfway through the morning session? We've only had an hour, haven't we?
Well, just about. This could be the last over before the end of the morning session.
Another no ball.
No ball at the other end here as Jordan switches round to the north side of the ground. Got a little bit of a break, a couple of overs, and now he's switched over to the north side. So a no ball is resulting, called by umpire Bassarat. So 30 for 3 here. Bravo on 7 of 29 deliveries. Correa just at the crease, surviving a very big LBW appeal. Better judgment shown here by Bravo. And just to tell you what Correa has done for the season, he's the top scorer for TNT for the season. Little surprised by that. He has been brilliant for Trinidad and Tobago. Had a big score of 196 a couple seasons ago. 263 runs. He's averaging 52.6 in a team that has performed dismally with the bat. He's been the one beacon of hope. Not to mention that De Silva has not been bad. He's still to come here, Joshua De Silva, averaging 41 for the season. He's the only other batsman across that has gotten across 200 runs for the season.
Barbados have got to be feeling good now inside the first hour. 3 wickets down.
Bravo is still there, Correa, the Centurion there, Joshua De Silva to come, so a lot of work still to be done here by Barbados in this match. Just to give you an idea of the run scorers, Correa 4th in terms of run scoring in the for the season so far. Guess who's at the top? Not going to give any prizes for you because you should know who's at the top. It's Craig Brathwaite, of course, 469, Powell 366, Devon Thomas 338.
Powell had a big innings last week, didn't he?
Yeah. What team was that against? Down the leg side. Doesn't get a glove onto it. Just gets a touch onto it there. The keeper, Darich, prevents it from going to the boundary. That's one, a bye.
A leg bye.
Leg bye, in fact, sorry.
Simmons it was who came in there. I wonder how old is Simmons? Did you say he was
20?
20?
20, that's right.
20.
The youngest man
looks young,
in the squad.
Yeah.
He's had some wickets already in the tournament. Curiously, he's not scored a run yet. So he might get a chance later on sometime.
Well, we're not going to class him as an all-rounder then.
Not just yet. Well, that's a good delivery there from Jordan, playing that one. Well, that one drawing him into the stroke, but moving away at the last moment.
I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he played inside the line there. He had the shape of playing, but you could see it was away from him.
And he's off the mark here, Correa. So his run continues. Yeah, so he's on 1, Bravo, 7. And that is the end of the over. And that's also going to be the break for water. Here's the water card coming on. So enough time for me to tell you what's happened here so far in this big clash here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force against the Barbados Pride. And as you can see here, it is a sorry scoreline at the moment. The scorecard, Trinidad and Tobago losing Simmons to a great delivery from Jordan for a duck. His second ball, Solozano went caught by Carter at slip. second slip off Cummings, and the third to go. Jason Mohammed playing away from his body, caught at backward point by Reefer. Off Simmons, that is Ramon Simmons for 12. Bravo and Karaya not out. 33 for 1 after the first hour's play. We'll resume in just a couple of minutes here as Trinidad and Tobago talk it over. Here is Barbados. The bowling figures, all three bowlers taking a wicket, and a good time for them. They will be certainly very happy with their performance in the first hour of play. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is Trinidad and Tobago 33 for 3 at the end of the first hour of play. Bravo not out on 7, Karaya on 1, and young Simmons here. That is Ramon Simmons. He's taken a wicket, his first against Trinidad and Tobago. Had Karaya tangled up in knots at the end of the last over. He has 2 slips and a gully in place. Also a forward short leg. Well, he's a distance back now, more like a short, very short square leg in place. And there's also a leg gully, and there's a fielder at that short mid-on also in place for him. So all sorts of protection around for any strokes by Karaya.
Yeah, interesting for the 20-year-old from Barbados. Looks strong, runs in nicely. Whew.
Good delivery, very full delivery. Karaya coming off 100. He's seeing the ball well here and defends that well. 500s for at first class level for Yannick Karaya.
And that was just dipping as it got to the crease, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. And Ramon Simmons here. Simmons with a D, as we mentioned, but he's gotten an A for effort so far. 33 for 3. Struck him on the pad again. That one maybe going down the leg side. Well, the bails, yes, you would have seen just flying away because there was a shy at the stumps also. Maybe just being caught by the appeal outside of his crease, but he got back in time.
Here's the delivery. I said I wasn't going to use that word, wasn't I?
No, you said you weren't going to use that word.
Yeah. Well, should we forget that I said it?
After one of our colleagues got in trouble about using that word. I think it's the way it was used more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm not even going to go there. There's Simmons. See, it's inviting, isn't it? You know, it's just outside the off stump, a little bit further up, and I think he's going to drive that. But it's a good opportunity for Simmons here. He can bowl. He can try a little bit more here. He doesn't have to be absolutely on the spot. 3 wickets are already down. If he goes for a few and makes the batsman play okay, he's got a license here to really try something.
That was not far away from the fielder, but just a run for Correa here. And the other thing that's working for him, of course, the conditions are in his favor. And the other thing is that he has Correa. Yes, he is coming off 100. He's new to the crease. And then you have Bravo, who's absolutely struggling right now to get any sort of fluency here.
Yes, 7 off 34 balls. We always have to keep in mind that we are not counting anywhere near a runner ball. That would be good in a 50 over game, but we're playing the long format of the game here. So once he's got himself in, Bravo, he really has to go on and build a meaningful big score.
Inside edge, straight to that slip there, playing away from his body. That certainly wasn't a great shot by Bravo. He survives. The over comes to an end. Simmons almost claiming a second, 34 for 3.
Again, another one where he looks as though he's just had a little bit of a snatch at it, seen something that he'd like to hit, hasn't quite been able to come up with it.
Cries of "Come on, Jordan," going from just out of. Yeah, there are a couple of Barbados supporters, maybe support staff, in the stands. Surprised we haven't seen those Brian Lara figures, 375, 400 and 501 being flashed up just yet. And they know you're here.
Well, now that you've mentioned them.
It might come up at some point.
I'm sure.
Just above the R in Lara, there's some fellas sitting there encouraging Jordan. It's driven out by Correa. Yeah, so they BC Lara on the seats. You might see it in a couple of minutes. 34 for 3. Correa on 2. Well, Correa has identified patience as being a key factor for their round 4 clash with the Barbados Pride. He talked about the context of the tournament for Trinidad and Tobago. He said the team analyzed where they went wrong in the previous game, and he added that one bad game doesn't deter us from our plans. We have to continue to what we do for long periods and stick to our plans. Well, the plans haven't quite gone. Well, it hasn't gone to plan earlier in the match here. Correa trying to drag his team back on script here with Bravo. And in terms of his own performance, he told CWI Media in an interview, I think it was yesterday, that he's tried to bat as deep as possible despite the loss. And he's put in a lot of work in his endurance and physicals so he can bat long. Great professional for TNT, Yannick Correa. Oh, that was a good delivery from Jordan. Left him, and it was taken by Darich. Well, Those haven't been used much so far. But expected maybe with the bounce on offer, maybe a few fielders closer in.
Yeah, there have been a few times when the batsmen have looked as though they are disciplined and going to leave the ball, and then all of a sudden they chase one.
Well, kind of like that. Didn't quite chase that one,
Yeah.
but played it onto his pads. Yeah, a lot of chatter, a lot of clapping going round. They're anticipating something here, the Barbados Pride. Craig Brathwaite, who is the captain of the Barbados Pride team, he says he was looking forward to the game against Trinidad. It has always been a competitive matchup. That's the understatement of the year. It's ultra competitive. Should get one here, Karaya. And Craig Brathwaite saying that they're looking for consistency as they know that the team has the capabilities. Trinidad and Tobago, 35 for 3 at the end of the over.
Jordan had bowled at the media centre end to begin with, hadn't he? And now he's up at the other end.
Well, you talked to him this morning.
I did. I'd spoken to him in David Furlong. I'd spoken to David in Tobago when he was over there for the Chief Secretary's Tobago T10 Blast, looking at a few of the players, some of whom are playing here today. It's a very difficult situation to be in, where you've done all you can to prepare the players, talk to them, see them go out into the middle, and then just see them come back one by one.
Touched something, gone through to the keeper. It's been turned down by umpire Ramdani.
Yeah.
I think that was the pad.
Yeah.
The way it came off, it just sort of looped down the leg side. Definitely slowed down as it passed the batsman. This might give us a picture here. Yeah, the bat was nowhere close. That was definitely pad.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate because there are going to be a few players out there on the Barbados team who just genuinely feel that it brushed it took the bat.
Yeah, well,
But the bowler's saying, yeah, he's telling. That's really good.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah. Well, if Diogenes were around with a lamp looking for an honest man, I think he'd find
there
it.
you go.
There he is, Simmons.
I thought you were going to say, there he is, Diogenes has appeared all of a sudden.
There is the honest man. So it's, well, that would be something. We'd certainly have to get him up here for an interview. What do you make of this cricket thing? Yeah, Simmons immediately pointing to the leg, and he was saying that no, that didn't carry. It came off the pad. He was having none of that. Again, down the leg side. So definitely working with a plan here with that leg slip in place. Also that fielder halfway through to square leg. That short, very short square leg in place. Refer also that mid-on position. And the Captain Brathwaite in that extra cover position. Big spaces here for Karaya if he can get the ball into them. Good bouncer. Not fast enough to trouble the batsman, just ducking under that Karaya.
Want to be able to leave the batsman in a real degree of discomfort. And that one was just that little bit too short. It was a little bit too much of a sighter, that one.
Better delivery, forcing him onto a defensive shot here. And Craig Brathwaite mentioned his comments. Well, one of those who has left with the West Indies men's white ball team It's Brandon King who got the 100 here in the last game. Well, he has now departed, so Jamaica will have to deal with the loss of his batting ability. And he's left for the Netherlands in some form. 119 he scored here. Second straight 100 he's gotten here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
That's a big loss.
And those comments from CWI Media. Check out windiescricket.com. All the news about Windies cricket you need. And it'll be over here, 35 for 3. Faspert Drakes, the coach of the Barbados team. Not sure if that's him there, but we're seeing could be one or two of the players. They're well protected from the sunshine there.
He's put some weight on
them. Yeah, he's always been very fit, hasn't he, Faspert Drakes?
I remember seeing him play for the West Indies at Arundel in Sussex. And I was quite... That was when he first made an appearance on the international scene, and I was really impressed with his action, his pace, control. But he's not going to go down as one of the top 10 greatest fast bowlers in West Indian history. He was there or thereabouts, but that top 10 includes some of the greatest bowlers in the history of Test cricket. Far less West Indies. You go the top 10, then you're going to have a number of West Indians. So if you go through just a West Indies top 10, it would be extremely difficult to get into.
One feels that the top 20 itself might be difficult to get into. It's
change of
yes, there is here, and it's Chase now, the off spinner in action to Bravo. Bravo plays spin well. Slip on a gully in place here for Chase. Forward short leg, and there's also mid wicket and a very short extra cover in place here for Roston Chase. And Roston Chase, just the one game before this one, didn't take any wickets. Bowled 24 overs in that match against last up. 8 maidens in there for him, but didn't take a wicket. First sign of spin early in the morning session here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Roston Chase, one of those hoping to get his chance to play against Bangladesh in the test team at first-class level. Here's how it racks up for him. 92 first-class matches, 154 wickets. Average about 34.13, just above 34. Very capable bowler. 6 4-wicket hauls. Hasn't had a 5-wicket haul yet. 8 5-wicket hauls and 1 10-wicket haul in his career, 10 for 104. Edged and just short of first slip. Didn't quite carry there to the man at that first slip position, so I think that's Jordan. And the over comes to an end here. Almost success for Chase. TNT 35 for 3.
His stride. Problems continue. Problems continue, not just in the middle, but also in the scoreboard. 35 for 3. Not where the TNT Red Force wanted to be. Remember, they're coming off the back of a really disappointing loss. Mind you, so too Barbados, so both teams in here with some work to do. Just that Red Force have been exposed early here on the first day by losing 3 wickets within the first hour. And they won't want to lose another one before the lunch interval. That will be a
poor morning. A really bad thing will be if they lose 2. So that will be a disastrous morning.
Yeah, way down the leg side there, unfortunately. A little bit wayward. Just saying, Vidya, that with 3 wickets down, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are already in a disappointing position. Should they lose another wicket before the lunch interval, that will be a really bad morning. But should they lose 2, that would be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, it certainly would be. Already 3 down. Let's remind you, Simmons for 2, Solozano for 6, and Jason Mohammed out for 12.
We've got Greaves on now.
Yeah, so he has played a couple of games for Barbados in the season already. Just bowled, well, he's bowled 20 overs already, just a 1 wicket for the season. So he is, Barbados, they've shared up the wickets. A lot of bowlers, they've bowled at least, I'll make it 10 or 11 bowlers. 10 in all that have taken wickets. 12 bowlers they've used for the season already. The top ones would be Warrican, 9. Reefer, who's also taken 9 for the season. Would suggest maybe not quite, well, they would suggest certainly that they have a lot of options. Among this Barbados Pride 11, they still have, they can turn to also, well, they've used Simmons. They also have Warrican still to come. Carter can also bowl, and Reefer. So they still have 3 more options they can go to. Outer edge and past third slip. That is just going to get to the boundary ahead of the fielder. And that is a boundary for Karaya. Not quite where he wanted it to go, but he'll take it all the same. 39 for 3. So still 3 options here for the Barbados team to be used. So a wealth of options to be exploited here by Craig Brathwaite. Conference at the northern end. Craig Brathwaite just having a little talk here with Justin Graves. First saw Graves here in Trinidad as part of the West Indies emerging players team that went on to win the regional 50 over competition that year. And for Karaya, the slip cordon is now packed once again after getting that edge.
Well, they can afford to set really attacking fields here, Barbados. You know, on top of the morning's play, 3 down, 39 on the board. Top order gone, basically, top 3.
Down the leg side, gets... I think that came off the pad, so just 1 resulting to the total. Let's see what the umpire signals. Leg byes. Impressive balance there by umpire Ramdani.
Yeah, he's the one that takes his time, doesn't he?
He certainly does.
Yeah. To give the signal, that's the end of the over.
Yeah, so at the end of it, 40 for 3. Slow going here between Bravo and Karaya. They're both on 7. The partnership of 10 of 39 deliveries. Similar pattern to the game that we saw in that Jamaica versus Windward Islands. Well, Windward Islands collapsed on the first day, but Barbados really, Jamaica built up momentum throughout the day, and then in the second day forging themselves into a powerful position before pressing for victory. You look back at how Barbados were beaten at the Queen's Park Oval, and Guyana had it perfectly worked out how they were going to do it. Just bat through the majority of 2 days. Another edge that drops just short of the slip. not far away from the hands of Jordan this time. Keeper couldn't have taken that. Straight to forward short leg this time. Zakaria Bravo's still struggling here. 7 of 41. That's his top score for the season, believe it or not, which you wouldn't expect from a batsman of the quality of Bravo, but he's playing a lot of white ball cricket. I wonder how much that is impacting upon his game. There was I don't know if you were looking at the T20 festival here in Trinidad, Rooksy, but he batted unbeaten through that entire tournament, wasn't dismissed at all, got a couple of 50s, a few man-of-the-match performances also, 3 in all. Well, the mix-up here! Well, he's back, and they're going to get some overthrows. Now they get it. Very generous by Barbados to just help them untangle themselves there. 41 for 3.
It's always unfortunate when you have to laugh at a near run out, because it's almost tragic when that happens. So it wasn't funny at all.
Yeah, they both got hung up in the middle of both of the wickets, and yes, no, and eventually getting the overthrow and making it across. Edged and just short of slip again. Second slip was coming across to it. The gully man was diving across. That's Carter. He couldn't get a hand to it, and he survives once again. Bravo is surviving this time. Here's the chance. Second slip, in fact, in place, not the wider to be the gully. Well, neither of them could get across to it. Carter was, I think, a bit closer to it.
Flirting with danger here. Almost a run out and then a ball later. An edge that just dropped in front of slip. And I said an over ago, another wicket now will put Trinidad and Tobago in an exceptionally difficult position, but should they lose 2 before the luncheon interval, well, they're really staring down the barrel of a gun then.
Graves continues here. Wicket that he is the third bowler we've had from the northern end. Jordan started here, he was switched around. We had Simmons come in. Now Graves at the third bowler here. We've also had 2 changes at the northern end.
Well, Jordan has been impressive. Simmons promising. But I'm going to make sure and have a chat with Simmons about that little... that one went through. About that little bit of sportsmanship. You know, just to say, no, that flicked the leg. I thought that was nice.
Yeah, it certainly was. He did signal that very quickly. This tells you a lot about him.
Well, everyone was jumping up and screaming for a catch down the leg side. He was saying, no, flick the pad.
Yeah, diffused the situation very well, because one or two of the players were thinking it was a catch. Why wasn't that given? No ball here from Graves. Just bowling gentle medium pace and overstepping. Umpire Ramdani calling him up here. Disappointment there shown, registered on the face of Graves.
Is that the third no ball that we've had this morning, I think?
Well, that's swinging away there from Graves.
See, as it leaves the hand,
there's the temptation that if it continues on, then it's going to be a nice driving length, nice line to drive, just goes away. And that's where the discipline comes in. Now that one was, far too wide to be chasing. But he just straightens that a little bit, and then it moves late. That's where you get the edges. Big temptation here for your eyes to light up and think, I'm going to drive this.
Especially in this situation where Trinidad and Tobago under huge pressure, lost their last game, two batsmen who haven't quite come to terms with the wicket yet. So that sort of ball is the one they're going to go after. An opportunity to reap some runs.
You mentioned how long Bravo had taken to score the runs in a previous innings that we looked at. Well, I think he's up there now because he's on 7 off 43 balls. And as I said earlier on, if he goes on to bat to lunch, bat to tea, and he just keeps frustrating the Barbadian bowlers and keeps them out, but he keeps putting runs on. Doesn't have to be a massive amount. He just has to take some time. He has to make up for the 3 wickets that have fallen here. Can't afford to get rolled over before tea here.
That's the sort of length that he was looking for. Karaya and caresses this one through the cover region for 4. And Greaves has been hit away for 4 here off the last ball of his second over. TNT homing in on the 50. Nice, nice outside the off stump. And Karaya's eyes certainly would have lit up there as he picked up that boundary.
And we saw the footwork, didn't we? Foot to the pitch of the ball, leaning into it. He doesn't have to play away. That's a nice looking shot. It's a better shot.
Only the second of the 5 batsmen we've seen for TNT to get into double figures here. 12 for Mohammed, 6 for Solozano, 2 for Simmons. Wicket apiece for Jordan, Cummings and Simmons this morning. Simmons, Cummings and Jordan. Well, Chase has been in the business here. He's gotten a couple of edges in the last over and 1 in the previous one. So he will be hoping to pick up his first wicket of the season here, Roston Chase.
Bravo will be aware of the man that is at just forward, short leg. Chase put it in that area. The sweep shot is still playable, but you've got to play it through him or off to his left, and if you get it wrong and it pops up, well, could be problems.
Off the back foot this time, but doesn't exactly flight it a lot, does he, Chase? Very quickish through the air, so just takes that time away from you from playing that sweep shot. This time he gets it into the gap. Bravo picks up 1. That's one of the criticisms of his game, is that he doesn't turn over the strike a lot. Well, he struggles to do that, and it has been accentuated now in this period, this trough period of his career, where he's struggling to get runs. Darren Bravo will just remind you how his career has gone as first-class level, crossed over the 6,000 run mark in first-class cricket, 1,200s, 34 half-centuries that he has had. And all sorts of advice being shouted out. You might be hearing it on the effects mic as the over comes to an end here. 47 for 3. Just before lunch, but the spectators already in good voice.
I was going to say, you normally get that kind of advice after lunch, and people have had a couple of beverages or something.
Well lubricated, is what
yeah,
you're saying.
he's decided to arrive at the ground already well oiled and in full voice, whoever it is. 47 for 3. What are we looking at then? Another 20 or so before the lunch interval.
Graves responding with a short ball.
Again, we haven't seen any of the short balls really put the batsman under any pressure. It's been a little bit too short.
Not very well directed also. Played wonderfully off the back foot there by Bravo. That's the one that he's hit best of all the deliveries so far. But well fielded. So Graves into his third over now. How long will they persist with him? He hasn't been very threatening towards the batsman. Oh, he's bowled him behind his back. He just went too far across his stumps, and Bravo's tortured innings has ended. He's been bowled here off his 50th delivery. He's gone for 8, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost their 4th wicket, 47 for 4. What a big wicket here, reaped by Graves.
Yeah, an unusual out, isn't it, to get bowled around the back. You can look to see what led up to that, deliveries before. Oh, he
seemed to play it, yeah.
Yeah, he got a little on it. Or even if he didn't get a bit of bat on there, because normally that would take it away from the stumps, it certainly brushed the pad or something like that. But there was some kind of deflection from bat or body onto the leg stump, but he just got too far across and exposed that leg stump.
So Bravo goes for 8 of 50 deliveries, and the TNT card so far does not look very impressive. Simmons gone for 2, Solizano for 6, Bravo number 3 batsman for 8, Mohammed out for 12, Karaya still there on 12, and it is going to be Joshua De Silva to come in here. So the first installment of this subplot to the game, the battle of the 2 wicket keepers. Sure that De Silva will want to put in a good performance with the bat, as I'm sure Shane Dorridge will. He's already had a 50 for the season.
He's coming up to the crease. He's just... No, actually, he's stayed back. I thought it was...
Maybe he was going to have a little chat with him.
Well, just wandering up, make sure the stumps are all okay, and scratch around a little bit, make sure that De Silva sees him.
We're not England after all. We're better.
Yeah, or hears him maybe. Well, he has a look round before he settles over his bat and gets ready to receive this delivery.
Oh, he's bowled that's gone straight through. Yes, he's taken him. Hit the well. That looked like it had gone through, but it's hit the pad. There was a woody sort of sound just outside the off stump. That has survived. He survived it. Very, very close. Thought that was gone. Came back in very... Oh, yes, that's where it was. Just outside the off stump. Just outside. What a ball by Graves. Coming back in very sharply. Thought he was a corner there. Good decision by umpire Ramdani, but that clearly hitting outside the off stump. Great decision, and he was withdrawing the bat sharply, but just it seems that he was pulling away. That was very, very close to a fifth wicket. What a delivery by Graves.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle to D'Souza, the right-hander. Sorry, De Silva.
What a ball to get first up. Graves still disappointed, considering what might have been. Now he's off the mark, adding insult to injury here. He's off to 2. Thought about 3, but that's all it's going to be here for him.
Well, we come back to that area where you're not running a risk. It's in the driving area. You get forward, you get good bat on it, you get your foot out to the pitch of the ball, you can play that nicely, pick up 2 runs. That's comfortable, and it was just a little bit too full from Greaves. De Silva happy to get off the mark, and definitely happy not to get another of the balls that he got first ball up.
Another nice looking drive here from De Silva straight to his test captain Brathwaite, and that is the end of the over. Well, good delivery and a successful one for Graves. 1 for 11 his figures after 3 overs. Well, he's done the trick here for his team. 49 for 4.
Can we come back to the scenarios that Vidya and I talk about, where you want to be at certain stages of the game, and Trinidad and Tobago didn't want to be 3 down. You could manage that. 4 down, you've got problems. Another wicket before lunch, and then that would be disaster.
Just trying to figure out what there's a spectator who is letting his the batsman of the TNT team know what he thinks about their batting, and he's calling on them to show some patriotic spirit. That's as much as I can clean it up. 49 for 4.
I
sounds a bit more positive than that, though.
I thought he was chatting with the gate collector, the ticket collector, asking for his money back.
That'd be a possibility. Some changes in the field here. Mid-wicket is now heading across to the offside, and Hakeem Jordan is now heading back to collect a helmet. So there's going to be a fielder close in, and I think it's going to be Reefer. Yeah, Reefer is going to go close in, the left-hander. Yeah, spectator's still rumbling along there, so
he's
you're
not
hearing
happy.
some of it. Yeah, he's not happy, clearly, with how the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have performed. If I'm not mistaken, he may have been also at Diego Martin. Driven away straight at the man in front of him. Took one for the team there, Shane Mosley. Turned his back on it and almost rebounded. Not sure if it would have hit the ground first before getting him on just above the right knee. There he is rubbing it. Hit it fiercely there of the left-handed Karaya. Straight through the fielder again, but this time to cover. Ultra aggressive field here from Barbados.
Were you saying earlier on that De Silva and Karaya are 2 of the top scoring batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago?
Only ones over 200 runs for the season.
And here they are, both in the middle.
Good delivery there from Chase. Not far away from the gloves.
Well, it's midday for the luncheon interval, isn't it? 12
Yes.
o'clock. So we've got
just about 14 minutes or so.
So you can already have that kind of feel that they'll
cut away. There's a field out there in that cover position. Left-handed Simmons.
And they'll look to tidy things up and just say, right, we're not going to lose another wicket before lunch. Silva's already shown that he's got a nice eye. Stroked the ball nicely on a couple of occasions.
Nice stop, but it's rebounded away from Brathwaite, and they get one. So they've escaped the net here. And at the end of the over, that's the 50 up for Trinidad and Tobago after 23 overs, tortured overs here from TNT, and a string of low scores for the top order is gone now. Very much into the middle order here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And overcast conditions, as you can see, that's mostly to the south of the ground. And there's a reminder that BC Lara, I guess Brian Charles would have been difficult to fit in, and also his biggest scores, 375, 400 and 501, which for some reason the cameramen were reminding you of a lot, Rooksy, in the last game.
I think they're tiring now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's gotten a bit old. They're tired of tormenting you with Brian Lara's best scores.
I suppose the point has been made. But it's nice to have a look at the ground for those of you who have not been down here. It is a nice ground. Very easy to get to as well.
Yes, it is.
Coming down here in the mornings from Port of Spain against the traffic, no problems.
Graves continues. Good delivery to start off his fifth over. Coming from south, though, it is a little bit more difficult if you're coming from San Fernando, maybe from the southern area. If you're trying to go through Marabella, forget about it, but just need to go over the close by bridge here in San Fernando, and there's a easy access road to the ground.
Well, I came down from Piarco and I took the back road today for the first time. It was an interesting journey.
No run this time. So you got through safely through Karen. Did they ask you for a visa or anything as you came through?
No,
they didn't.
I just waved through.
Caroni, and if you're unfamiliar with the geography of Trinidad, Caroni very much at the top, more like north central into central of Trinidad and Tobago. Brian Lara Stadium here. We're in South Trinidad, just on the outskirts of San Fernando. I swayed away from that one. Graves hasn't been shy to use the short ball.
Yeah, he's sharp enough. You get it in the right area, and you could cause some problems, especially if you've been able to set the batsman up with a few that's bringing him forward. If he's looking for the drive, then he's going to be on the front foot, and all of a sudden you put one in that's that little bit sharper and shorter.
Played inside the line that time, and we are getting closer to lunch here. The angry spectator has started to cool down his rhetoric. Well, he started up, as I said. This match billed on WindiesCricket.com as the Clash of the Titans. Defending champions against the home team. That's about right, I guess.
I don't know. If I was Leeward Islands, I'd want to have a word
with the headline makers.
Well, I'd be saying to Trinidad, so you do realise you're number 3.
Down the leg side, as an edge is there. He's been given, yes. He's out, caught down the leg side, and that is one that has been edged through here by Karaya. Barbados have been working on this tactic. They've had the leg slip in place, and now Karaya succumbs here. He's out for 13. Let's see if this one gets anywhere close to the bat. Down the leg side here from Graves, slanting across. He's coming across his wicket, Karaya. And well,
been at the gloves, maybe at the very end.
At the very end, let's see if that gets anywhere close. 50 for 5, the score. And this one is heading up towards the pad. Here's Karaya's front foot coming across towards the line of the ball. Well, he's overcommitted here. And may have touched the pad, but would have been interesting if we had a hotspot to see how that happens. And it was well caught there behind by the keeper. So the decision has been made, and Karaya has to go. He's been caught behind of Dorich. Good catch by Dorich. And that's off the bowling of Graves. So he's gone for 13.
Well, we have laboured the point, and I don't want to go over it too much. I'm sure that, you know, those people who want Trinidad and Tobago to win are going to feel as though I'm going on about it too much. But 3 down, you can still manage that. 5 down, you really are up against it now. And for, you know, Barbados fans, they must be jumping up and down. They've loved to have had Trinidad and Tobago 5 down before lunch, and that is exactly where we are. And only 50 runs on the board. Imran Khan it is who's come out to join Joshua de Silva, the Trinidad and Tobago captain.
Imran Khan, appointed captain at the start of the season, led TNT to consecutive wins in the tournament, but did not play in the last game. He was injured, so didn't play in the last game. Facing up to Graves now. And as easy as you like, flicks that away, picks up 1. Off the mark immediately here, Imran Khan. 51st run for Trinidad and Tobago, and after 24 overs. So Graves 2 for 12, coming on as a third change here, and he's done the trick for his team. Barbados in charge.
Yeah, we may get 2 overs in, possibly just the 1, depending on how quickly they move round. But it most certainly has been the morning certainly belongs to Barbados. I don't think there's any doubt about that. 5 down, and the Trinidad and Tobago top order just blasted away, and it hasn't been, you know, a bowling performance of blistering pace or anything that, you know, to really scare you. We could look at how the wickets have fallen, and possibly we could say that the last one, with that edge going down the leg side, may have been a little bit fortunate for Barbados, but that's suggesting that he didn't touch it, and from up here we cannot be absolutely certain, but it certainly seemed to a number of people that that was a generous decision.
Short leg in place, a little bit further back than I'd normally see him. There's also a backward square leg and leg gully in place here for Imran Khan, the off spinner Roston Chase. Mid on, so there are a few opportunities here for Khan to score. Wide, just square up the wicket through that cover region and backward of point. There's a big space there. Of course, he's going to bowl a bit straighter here, Chase, so he's going to have to chance his arm. He has to score. Well, that's one way to score. That's over the head of the fielder, who just manages to get a hand to it and can't rope it in. So close, Barbados, there to their 6th wicket. Khan has gone all counter-attacking here. Just chipped that over the head of the fielder. I don't think that Miguel Cummings got more than a hand onto that.
The 2 batsmen meet in the middle. Joshua de Silva has walked down to, I don't know what it was, but the long and the short of it was they punched gloves and then went back about their business. You know, as if to say, good shot.
Not sure if the 37-year-old Khan needs any reassurance here.
I mean, I'm thinking even the younger Joshua de Silva says, hey, we're going to lunch, aren't we?
Oh, he's come off something and flew past the leg slip fielder, who has a big smile on his face. Not sure if that touched anything. Let's see where that went. The This might be, we might get in one more over before lunch. Let's see what happened here. Look at Carter. His reaction here. That one, well, we can't see exactly where it came off. Maybe glove. Well, he pulled his hands away as if to suggest it could have been hip. But that flew rather fast. I don't think that came off the body. Yeah, definitely. It's been signal runs, so that came off the gloves there of Can. Yeah, so another chance going down there of the bowling of Roston Chase, who off the first 30 deliveries he's bowled here, none for 6. It's been quite tidy from Roston Chase. Let's see what the umpires will decide. Just a couple of minutes to go to lunch, and umpire Ramdani arrives behind the stumps, and it's they're going to continue. So one more over to go here. It will be
indeed.
Graves to continue. Why not? He's had a couple of wickets here in the early stages, and has been one of the main reasons why Barbados have TNT at 54 for 5 at lunch.
No, that was wayward, wasn't it? As soon as it left the hand, looked poor.
Well, he had one or two that came back in a long way to Jason Mohammed. He was eventually gone, Jason Mohammed, off Simmons for 12. Since then, they have lost Karaya. Was holding up one end well, looked fairly comfortable, but went down the leg side in the last over of Graves for 13.
That's a much better ball. Forced to play at that. Nice length. That's absolutely the right line.
Imran Khan played his first 5 matches for TNT as a top order batsman. Has since reinvented himself as an all-rounder, bowling leg spin. Quite a successful change. Tell you what, 433 wickets, and he's close to crossing over to 3,500 first-class runs. So that's quite good from Khan, who averages 21.22 with the bat.
Yeah, he opened for a while as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
It didn't do a lot with as an opening batsman. Not that he's not capable, he just didn't quite get it. He was quite aggressive as an opening batsman.
But you can see that he looks really well organised.
Well, that could carry to the fielder. Oh, he's had 2 bites of it and dropped it at the 3rd attempt. First time, second time, and the 3rd went to the ground. So that's 2 catches now. Blemishes here in the Barbados performance. And that has been put down by the youngster Simmons. Should he have taken this?
Well, he doesn't get in the position to pull that ball. He ends up just swatting that back over the bowler's head and almost getting caught.
That could have been the 3rd wicket for Graves.
Khan just... No, it's De Silva down at that end now. He pulls away from that as they finish having their chat in the slips. It's the first time that it's happened this morning, whereas in the previous game that we were commentating on, Windward Islands and Jamaica, it was non-stop.
That's very wide, and Dowridge has to dive across to make the stop. Well, it's been actually signalled wide. That was way. That's not often you see that in first-class cricket. That tells you how wide it was. Dowridge had to stop that in front of second slip.
Yes, that left the hand poorly. It's the second time that we've seen it come out of the hand poorly. So something not right with the way that Greaves is holding the ball. He got it right there, and when he does, it's absolutely lovely. You get a nice seam, gets the line right. Maybe he's trying to do something else with a particular type of delivery. Just turn the seam, not so that it's just going cross, but just at a real angle, and that's awkward on his fingers. I don't know. We can't see from up here, but there's certainly been a couple of deliveries that as soon as it's left the hand, he hasn't got proper control of it.
Taken by Dorrit. Just should be lunch here. And is. The bails have been taken off by umpire Ramdani, and that's going to be lunch. And the defending champions are very much in charge of this round 4 match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy WICB Championships. And the breeze is blowing for Barbados today with the San Fernando Hills in the background. TNT 56 for 5 at lunch here. Barbados very much in charge. And here are the wickets to go down. Solozano for 6. Simmons without scoring. Not a great scoring card. 12 for Mohammed. 13 for Karai, who had a 100 in his last game. 2 and 5 the not-out batsmen. Only Gabriel, Charles, Hines and Mohammed, the bowlers, still to go here. Not a great picture for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force fans.
No, as we come to lunch on the first day, real disappointment for Trinidad and Tobago. We'll do the bowling figures and then we'll take a break.
Couple of wickets to Justin Graves, 2 for 14, a wicket apiece for Cummings, Jordan and Simmons. Chase has had a couple of edges close to fielders, but Trinidad and Tobago losing 5 wickets in the morning session, and the defending champions looking to bounce back from defeat to Guyana. They are in a very good position at the end of the morning's play. Join us in just about a half an hour's time as we continue commentary on this West Indies Championship match, the Clash of the Titans as it's been built. So far it's been anything but. TNT 56 for 5 at lunch. to Brian Lara Cricket Academy here. It's round 4 WICB Championship action. TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride. And a match that has been billed as the Clash of the Titans. Well, one of the Titans on their knees already. TNT Red Force 56 for 5 at lunch. Can on 5 and the Silva on 2. Vidya Ramphal alongside Sheldon Rooks here. And Rooksy, Barbados well and truly on top, and they're looking to press home that advantage in the second session.
Good afternoon, Vidya. Good afternoon to everyone. Here's the first ball after the lunch interval.
Miguel Cummings has come back in, and Can, as he was through the morning session, very happy to try to get runs at every opportunity, and even with 3 slips and a gully and a backward point in place, was trying to guide that one through the slip cordon.
Yeah, I guess that is his modus. That's how he feels comfortable. Quite a few of the batsmen began by leaving well alone, just looking as they wanted to get set.
Better hear from Can.
But the top order was, I think it would be true to say, fair to say, that they were knocked over fairly easily. 56 runs on the board and 5 down at lunch. That doesn't strike me as a really strong effort at keeping Barbados at bay. You haven't been able to do that, so Trinidad and Tobago really up against it here.
Runs here for Can, just 1. Brathwaite, who was out early after lunch, getting some fielding practice and catching practice in. Looks very sharp as he chases that one down. But in hindsight now, of course, 2020 is great for everyone. Is it, when I say 2020, not the cricket form, of course, was that a good decision by TNT to bat first after winning the toss?
Well, no. You get 5 down, you've played poorly, or you made a bad choice. But it could be that they would have had Barbados 5 down, and then you would have looked like a genius if you'd stuck them in. I think there has been some talk here, however, that saying that bowling first is a better option.
And especially with the breeze cranking up, and it was noticeable that at the start of play, not much of a cross breeze, but as it started to crank up, the wickets also started to tumble during that period. Maybe a bit of a correlation between those two.
Yeah, you just had the ball doing a little bit more, and for those Barbados bowlers who had some control, you only had 1 or 2 wayward ones, but the rest of it, they were able to use the conditions well.
Joshua De Silva out there for Trinidad and Tobago, as with Can. They entrusted with holding them at bay. Well, we were talking about Correa and De Silva as the top 2 batsmen for TNT. Correa went out, caught behind for 30. De Silva still there. Not a lot to go after De Silva, though, because it's you have Shannon Gabriel next in. We have him coming in, number 11. Terence Hines is also still to come in. Uthman Mohammed, who can bat a bit. But you really do feel that it's up to Joshua De Silva now as we get a maiden at the start of play after lunch, 57 for 5.
This brings me to talk about a particular batsman. I don't have to mention his name. I'm just going to say that there are batsmen, one in particular, who talks about batting for very long periods of time, and you hear that phrase, occupy the crease, take time out of the game, everything. So that kind of attitude is really required now, not just by De Silva, but also by Imran Khan. He's got to be there at tea. Joshua De Silva's got to be there at tea, and then you can look at the scoreboard, see what the score is, and then say, right, we've made some way, we've gone some way to repairing the damage.
Graves from the other end, and Can has flicked that away very nicely indeed. And that has gone all the way for 6. That's how he plays. Once it's there to be hit, well, he's going to put it, he's going to comply. He's up to 12 already, 63-45.
Yeah, one of the wags in the crowd there talking about beating bad bowling. Well, you know, put it on the pads of someone like Imran Khan, and you are gonna go. The difficulty for Trinidad and Tobago is that the score hasn't really raced along, so they can continue to have attacking fields, Barbados.
I noticed you said wags. I think it's just wag because it's one guy out there who's making a lot of noise.
It is
for the entire stadium.
One guy, I seem to carry him around in my pocket because I've been to a few places and he always seems to be there. It's just a coincidence because he watches the Trinidad players. So anyway, he's here and making himself heard as Khan gets ready to face this next delivery from Greaves.
Not all of his comments we can relate to you. 63 for 5, Can on 12, Silva on 2. So not much to go here for the Red Force. Still to come, as we mentioned. They do have Utman Mohammed, who should come in next. Terence Hines also has a first-class century and a couple of first-class half-centuries. Got a 57 in the first game of this season, so he might be in next. Ahead of Mohammed, and then there's Shannon Gabriel still to come. Did not leave anyone out. Brian Charles also. Excuse me, Brian Charles is also in there, so he's another one of those guys who can hang around, get a little 20 or so. I wasn't implying that Shannon Gabriel was going to save things here for TNT. But he is one of the batsmen still to come. Well, the umpire had a close look at that. It was close to a wide. Did call one wide earlier in the first session.
How many extras have Barbados had, just out of interest? I have the feeling that
10 in fact.
10 out of the 63.
Been very generous.
Dear oh dear. I mean, hopefully that will get better. They will have less and less as they become more settled, but you don't want to have any more.
Just over the head of the backward point, and that is running close to the ropes. That's 4 runs. Tried to flick that through the onside once again. Leading edge, and well, backward point was very interested in that, but too high over his head. So Can picks up a boundary off the over. 16 he ends. 67 for 5.
Yeah, it is odd how quickly, you know, a few boundaries can change the look of the scoreboard, but it's going to have to be quite a few to make the current score of 67 for 5, you know, turn that around. The important thing here for me, Vidya, is that that Trinidad and Tobago don't lose any more wickets. They really do have to have a solid partnership here, even if they take time to move this from 17 up to 30, then 40 and 50. Doesn't matter how much time they take, they need a partnership.
Short to delivery. There's Holder, substitute fielder, out 3/4 way to the boundary, obviously there for that sort of shot. And he was just, as I mentioned, 3/4 way through the boundary at the square leg position. Now for Can, he is running in towards a mid-wicket position now. So Can is going to, chances are, we talked about the fact that TNT would not want to lose a wicket, while the Silva has been fairly solid. 3 off 11, had a big shout which he survived off his first delivery. Well, Canon's going to play his shot, so he's always going to give the Pride a chance here. Just like that, looking for a drive.
Yes, it doesn't take long after a comment like that. He's going to take his chances. The same ball. He does have a genuine go at this, doesn't he?
Didn't throw everything at it, but Cummings just throws his head back. Why didn't that take the edge, he says. Yeah, a bit too short that time. Easy for Can to sway out of the way. In fact, he could have stayed in the same position. Umpire Bassarat just indicating that was one for the over there. It's gone a little bit quiet here. It was very hot this morning, but now the very, very cool overcast conditions, and the sun is hidden behind this gunmetal grey cloud all over us. So Imran Khan. At the other end is Joshua De Silva. Recently got his maiden test century against England. Sorry, Roxy, I have to mention which country it was against. 350s also for Joshua De Silva in his 14 test career. Made his debut against New Zealand back in 2020 and has all but cemented his position on the team. Not a bad average at test level, 32 he has. Well, that came off the edge and has gone past gully for 4. So Can is going to chance his arm here against Miguel Cummings, and that is also a no ball.
No ball, yeah. Well, we were talking about the extras. Of course, they don't add up quite as quickly as the runs, but over a period of time, if you keep your eye on what's happening with the extras, you'll get a feeling of just how disciplined or otherwise the bowling side are being, and we're up to 11 out of 73. It's quite generous.
Well, that's a lovely shot from Can, the best one so far. He's gotten some streaky boundaries, but not that one. Really climbed into that and plays a true extra cover for 4.
Yeah, that was a genuine cover drive there. Beautiful, slightly on the move. He was into the shot, not walking, but just a little bit on the move. If you're going to be super critical, but he got himself into a really good position, and as soon as it left the bat, I think all the fielders knew exactly where that was going to end up. There was no one trying to chase it down, and that one was gone. He goes on to 20. 16 off 23.
And then beats him outside the off stump. So frustrating over here for Miguel Cummings, twice going past the edge of Can and being hit for a couple of boundaries. 69 for 5 at the end of the over.
Right, just make sure that Can is on 24, isn't he? And De Silva is on 3. Yeah, we'll tidy that up in a second, because the score is 77 for 5. De Silva is on 3 and Can is on 24. We've had the 11 extras that I spoke about, and the reason that I wanted to mention about the extras is because you can get a really good indication of just how disciplined a bowling side is being.
Very interesting. The ground staff with their little golf buggy actually drove onto the field and then reversed off.
Could be that the umpire, without us seeing, had indicated something to them that they misread. Because I can't remember a time when I've seen the buggy come on just for no reason. We've had half an hour's play almost after lunch, so there's no reason for them to be coming out with anything.
Unless it was with Thor's hammer.
Oh.
Well, that's gone straight to the man in the gully, but it's not good. It's not a catch. He might be celebrating, but it's definitely off the ground. Spectators catch there. Jumel Warrican adding to the drama of the moment by tossing it high up into the air. He took it well, though.
Greaves floated that one up there, didn't he? Seemed to hang in the air forever, and then it was that kind of soft paddle, almost catching practice type, guiding it into that area.
Straight to the fielder, and that square leg position this time. Square leg and the very short mid wicket, mid on in place on the leg side. There's a fine leg for the Silva. And outside, well, Cannon at the other end has 100 in first class cricket. He also has 14 50s. So he's been around for a long time. 179 innings he's played for TNT and for West Indies A. Covered all their bases here, Barbados. Well and truly the heavyweight champions, if you want to put it that way, of first-class cricket here in the Caribbean. 23 first-class titles in all since 1965. Trinidad and Tobago are 5 in total. Now these two countries would have shared one of those titles back in 1976. Ended up in a tie that year. Nice looking shot by the Silva, but it's easily fielded. That again is the substitute Holder who's on. Shame Holder, the 28-year-old.
Barbados will be wary of De Silva getting in. We know that he likes to bat long, and he's comfortable with this kind of situation.
Yeah, he did bat with this similar sort of situation against England when he got that 100, so he might be drawing on that sort of experience. Here he is, 77 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, if the two of these, if this pair can begin to put on a partnership and then look to take Trinidad and Tobago to tea without the loss of another wicket, then they'll feel as though they've had the better session, and then they could look forward to the final session to try and put some runs on the board. Okay, you know, you lose 5, then you are going to have some difficulty for the rest of the day, but at some stage you have to hope that you're going to get a really good partnership.
Getting up on his toes this time, Can. Just going back to that, the Silva 100 against England, he came in with a score at 95 for 6. And what was key to him getting to his 100 and the West Indies getting to 297 was that he had partnerships with Alzari Joseph, who got 28, Kemar Roach, who got 25, and Jaden Seals at the end, who chipped in with 13. So those last 3 wickets would have lifted the West Indies to 198 runs, I believe, 198 runs for those last 3 wickets. Yeah, so that's so he has that in mind. He has that in the toolbox, so to speak, to use here.
Yeah, and Barbados will be aware of that. Khan always looks as though you may be in with a chance. Chances his arm from time to time. Silva, not so much. And there he does. He always does the opposite of what we've just said. Instead of chancing his arm, he's solid in defence.
So great conditions here for the players as the sun recedes and temperature has dropped quite a bit. Has still been hazy around Trinidad and Tobago, hasn't it? I know you've been to Tobago for a couple of days.
I have, yeah.
Has it been just as bad in Tobago?
Lovely and sunny. Little bit of Sahara dust. Another no ball?
No, he's just asking. It's
Oh,
usually
that's
the fourth ball in the over,
Yeah.
It's usually at the fourth ball of the over, umpire Basrat asks his
Smell
fellow
it,
umpire,
yeah.
is that 4?
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there has been a lot of Sahara dust around, making it very hazy, but apart from that, we had a couple of nice sunny days.
Has a little waft to this one, Can. Blocked 4 deliveries, and the 5th one he's decided to go after it. Cummings is taking notes here. Well, he has played against Can many times, so he knows what to expect from Imran Khan. Man from Charleville in Trinidad, in central Trinidad. Now with Central Sports in Trinidad, played for a long time at Alescon Comets. Actually grew up right across the road from the cricket ground in central Trinidad.
Came off the thigh pad. That one, they weren't able to take a run.
77 for 5 at the end of the over. So the wickets to go today. Simmons gone for 2. Sonozania for 6. Bravo for 8. Jason Mohammed for 12. And Karaya for 13. And since then, run rate has barely gotten over 2.5, if any, at any time in this game. So Cummings has bowled a couple of overs at the start of just after the post-lunch session. We've had a couple from Graves. Now he's bowled unchanged since before lunch, so he might be due for a little bit of a break here. Of course, with his figures already taking 2 wickets. Maybe not quite as threatening as he was before lunch. Got the wickets of Karaya and Bravo, Darren Bravo, bowled him behind his back.
Yeah, just going too far across his stumps and exposing that leg stump. There was the suspicion that he got something on it, maybe a little bit of bat or maybe pad onto leg stump.
Runs have been a real problem for Trinidad and Tobago. Well, we mentioned only Karaya and the Silva have over 200 runs for the season. Coach David Furlong, the former Trinidad and Tobago wicketkeeper, was calling for scores in the region of 300 to 350 from his team. So far, they have not responded in the games they've played so far with those type of scores. TNT 140 and 271 in their previous game. Of course, all sorts of theories have been advanced as to that. Here, all sorts of talk about the number of limited overs tournaments there have been in Trinidad and Tobago and the number of limited overs matches these players have been involved in. But they've also been playing the first class, well, the warm-up matches with the red ball, and they've had a number of practice sessions, analysis sessions with the coach and the team setup. Off the edge there, taken by Warwicken again. haven't seen anything of Reefer yet as a bowler. Chase bowled before lunch. Also, we haven't seen Jonathan Carter. He hasn't bowled at all. It's good there from Graves. Accurate bowling here from him. So this is 8 overs. 6 before lunch, 2 after lunch here for Graves. Might be in for a rest here. And the man who's smiling with him, just outside of your picture, that's Reefer, might be coming in next.
Yeah, they've got quite a lot of choice, Barbados.
Yep, pushes one down the leg side to end off the over. 77 for 5. Reefer's had a very interesting career. Played for Guyana Amazon Warriors, Guyana Jaguars, now the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Yeah, there are quite a few Guyana teams. During that stretch of 5 consecutive titles, now he's back with his home territory, his home franchise, the Barbados Pride. Took them quite a while to get him back, though.
Is it Chase to continue from the far end then?
Yeah, it will be Chase after 2 overs from Miguel Cummings after lunch. It will be Roston Chase to come in. Off spinner. He and his captain. He's done the business for West Indies at the test level. Lost his place in the team, has regained it, and will be hoping to play against Bangladesh. Balloons into the air. Half-hearted appeals there as Carter takes what he hoped was a catch. It wasn't. Roston Chase did get quite a few edges. One off Bravo's bat. There were 1 or 2 off Karaya's bat that didn't carry. That's not going to count now. Of course, those 2 have been dismissed. Might see Reefer on in the next over. Reefer, 82 matches at first class level, 185 wickets, and over 3,000 runs, so he has done well. Thinking about the single, well, now they go for it, as there was a slip in the outfield, and it was Justin Graves who went down. Defending champions Barbados. There have been 2 dynasties set up by Jamaica and Guyana in the last decade and a half here in West Indies cricket. And in between then, it's been Barbados that has picked up the slack in terms of the title winning. Should be the last ball and of the return over here for Chase. Let's pull the bat away, and that one balloons into the air, easily taken by Mosley. So Trinidad and Tobago at the end of the over, 78 for 5. And some spectators coming in. And they're heading towards the far side. Most of the spectators here on the side, the media end, that's the northern side. Those 2 young ladies heading across towards the southern side of the ground. And all equipped, it seems, for a day at cricket.
Can't
it is. Who's going to face the next over?
It's Graves who will continue. This is his 9th over now, 3rd after lunch. So we've seen Cummings go at the other end. Well, he wants to continue here, Graves.
He looks strong enough.
Yeah, he certainly
nicely.
is. 28.
Khan has faced 35 balls for his 25 runs.
That's a wide. Second
one.
He's given away a wide here. And that was pitched very, very wide on the off stump. Graves not very happy with the decision. He's pointing down at his feet where the line is, saying that was inside the line. I think that was a fair call. That was way wide. And not often you see that in the first class format. Well, now he's gone short, and this one's another wide. Well, very, very wide indeed. That passed way over Khan's head. Now, he's not a short man, Khan. He's just a shade under 6 feet or so. But that there's no way he could have played that. Gone after that one. The bowler joins into the appeal late. Very half-hearted appeal from the Barbados Pride here. Hardly anything from the keeper. No surprise it's turned down.
Khan really compounding an untidy passage of play from the Barbados seamer by chasing one that he had no right to be looking to go after. Just leave that.
This time another one dug in short, and he's now been told that's the short one for the over. Graves not entirely happy with umpire Ramdani here.
Yeah, he had the half teapot, didn't he?
Yeah. On his way to the full set.
He was on the full, yeah.
Yeah, on his way towards that.
He's got to refocus here. There's a job to be done. You can't begin to let things drift and get caught up in things that are not important. Get back on it now.
So this match 80 for 5 here, Trinidad and Tobago. Went into lunch at 56 for 5, so they have progressed a lot better after lunch. And the pitch will improve as the day wears on. But still, the damage has been done here to the Trinidad and Tobago innings. If they can get anything in the region of 200 now, it's going to be pretty difficult. Straight to the field there, backward point this time. Just to reflect on that game we did last week, Windward Islands versus Jamaica. At lunchtime, Windward Islands was 68 for 5. So they were actually slightly in a better position than TNT. They were rolled over for 134. So, and we had a result in that game. The game ending with a day and a session to spare.
Was it 134?
130. Let me just check that.
I thought it was 137. Why are we so finicky? I'm standing next to Ronnie, you know, who's the fountain of all knowledge. Oh, yes.
Edge. That was close to a wide again, and Warrican Makes another good stop here. So that is, well, but very interesting because Warwick threw it up in the air and Can was outside of his crease. Didn't hit the stumps though, so it's immaterial. End of the over, 18 for 5.
Isn't it funny how if someone says a number, you hadn't thought about it before, but it's a number that doesn't ring a bell with you, and all of a sudden say, was it 134? I thought it was 137. What's the difference? It was 3 runs. It was a poor effort. You know, that's the point. I'm surprised that Vidya didn't say that, but he's so pleasant that he wouldn't. He just went and checked it, and it was
137.
Oh dear, oh dear, right, oh dear. Okay.
A broken clock is correct twice a day at least.
I love that one. Yeah. Chase, it is, from the far end.
Pulls that away, and that's 4. Behind square, there is Chase. There is Graves, who is at backward square leg position. No way he could catch up with that.
No. This is unfortunately a poor ball from Chase here. He gives Silva every chance of just pulling that to the boundary, and a welcome boundary it is as well for the Red Force.
Gave some nightmares there to Shane Mosley, who was in that forward short leg position. He saw it short. He was already crouching as the Silva got in position to play the pull shot.
That one played back up the pitch, and Chase fields that off his own bowling.
Down the leg side, pass between the keeper and the leg, slip in place, and that's been hauled in. Spy is here. More extras.
They just took the one, didn't they? Yeah. I think they were surprised at, getting something out of that. Surprised by the ball, and they didn't come back for a second.
Just about 4th ball in the over. Talked about that forward short leg, and one remembers Jeremy Solozano, who's playing in this match, got hit on the head, on the helmet actually, while playing against Sri Lanka. In his only test match so far, Sri Lanka versus West Indies at Galle, November 2021, didn't get a chance to bat in that match. 85 for 5 at the end of the over here.
I've had the pleasure of playing at Galle.
Have you?
Some years ago. Yeah. Really, really attractive ground, and there's a fort there, and you get quite a number of people up on the fort watching cricket. Really attractive. That was before the tsunami, by the way.
Southwestern tip of Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Yeah. Really, really attractive. We'd been up to play at the Askiria ground in Kandy before that, and then the Tamil Union Cricket Club in Colombo, which is Muralitharan's home club. Galle really did take the biscuit. I think that was quite special.
Well, here we have back on the attack. Simmons is here. Left arm over the wicket.
Pushed that one a bit wide, didn't he? It feels as though the tempo of the game has changed completely, but they're still going at just over 2.4, just under 2.5 and over. That's remained the same.
Yeah, it certainly has, and De Silva has just had 7 off 32 deliveries. Even Can who was
run a
flying
ball at
along
one
and
time, yeah.
anything. He's just reined himself in a little bit here, the Trinidad and Tobago captain.
Well, things just at the moment are going along nicely for Trinidad and Tobago. They've dried up the wickets, unfortunately, so too have the runs pretty much.
No ball again from Simmons. Umpire Ramdani signals to the scorers. He gets his signal from the media centre end here, so another to the total, 86 for 5. Partnership now up to 36. Last wicket falling at 50. Correa caught behind by Dorridge off Graves.
So that 30 partnership number has been passed.
Get hold of that, the Silva. Well, he got it straight to Mosley.
There is the milestone of 40, which is not that far away now. 6 away. And then they'll be looking for 50. Really important, because if they can put on those kinds of runs, it will take them over the 100 mark.
Pulled away. Not quite into the gap, just one this time. Now there, when you look at the list of the biggest partnerships of the season, the top 10 does not feature Trinidad and Tobago.
That does not make Trinidad listeners or viewers that
11th,
comfortable.
by the way.
Oh, they just snuck
into
to the 11th, the top 11.
And Raja in that game against Jamaica right here. They got 116 together.
Who was the partnership between?
Correa and Raja.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So we've got one of the... Oh, again.
Another full delivery.
Yeah.
And then right after that, Solozano and Raja, and Correa, Solozano and Correa, 112 for TNT against Windward Islands. Now, those two matches were in February. Since then, the partnerships certainly have dried up. Next highest would have been 86 between Correa and Seals. That was for the 9th wicket, TNT versus Leewards in the last game. So that's been the story for TNT in the second part to the season. Not a lot of partnerships. Well, he's helped out on the way, and that will go for 4. So ill-directed here from the bowler, and Can cashes in. He's picked up a boundary to end off the over. TNT 91 for 5. Here's how it happened. Yeah, just helped it on its way for a boundary. So the green shoots of recovery here for TNT, perhaps? Or will it all come to a juddering end in a quick time?
I like to measure things, and I know you've called them milestones, but I also like to look at specific points, and saying no more wickets before tea, get over the 100 mark, and get your first partnership. They're not far from all of those. 41 the partnership, as De Silva plays a defensive shot and it just trickles to the man at, where is that then? Leg slip?
There was a polite inquiry if that was out. Umpire Basra does not respond. It's one of those bowlers umpires. Umpire Basra will tell the bowler if he's close to overstepping. Barbados staff must be very happy with the way things have gone. Vaspert Drake's in charge of the Barbados team. It's actually part of that West Indies team that went on to chase down that world record score against Australia. Anniversary of it was a couple of weeks back. Another polite inquiry here by the keeper this time. Umpire Basseret indicating, what was that, on the, maybe strike him outside the off stump.
So yeah, Vidya, things to look at. Score getting up to 100. Keep the wickets down. Don't get rolled over, and build a big partnership.
End of the over. Maiden over here from Roston Chase. 91 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago. 41-run partnership now. Built up, dominated here by Imran Khan, who's on 29.
And it's easy, having pointed out the things that Trinidad and Tobago are going to want to do, it's easy then to see what it is that Barbados are going to want to do. They're perfectly happy to try and squeeze the scoring and keep the scoring down. They want to take wickets, absolutely, and they want to break this partnership.
Yeah, they certainly want to get rid of one of these, especially De Silva, who is the rock that they will try to build this partnership round. It is going to be Simmons to continue here. TNT Red Force, 91 for 5.
Yeah, it's funny because if you said, who do you want to get rid of? Well, yes, you want to take wickets, but at the same time, Khan may put some runs on the board. De Silva's going to take longer to score the runs. So if you're going to get a wicket, I'd get Khan. You get a wicket, plus you take away someone who likes to play some shots. You may get someone in who is more along the lines of De Silva, who will take much longer. You'd be happier with that.
He has a dash of that one outside the off stump. Occasionally it happens. He admonishes himself a little bit and then goes back to it.
Only after he's played the shot.
Yes, that's right. He is the captain.
Well, he couldn't admonish himself before, I suppose, but he could have it in mind. If I get something that's wide and going wider, going away from me, I think I'll leave it. But he hasn't. That's not his way, is it?
Might be admonishing himself for not hitting it.
Yeah.
Great self-belief, Imran Khan, and took a lot of character for him to get back into this TNT first-class setup, because he played the first 5 matches as a batsman and then was out of the reckoning for quite a few years, reinvented himself as a leg-spinning bowling all-rounder on the advice of Brian Lara, he tells us. Brian Lara told him, you should try some leg spin. Well, he's that's gone high into the air. Could be caught. Yes, he is. And that is the 6th wicket down. And Imran Khan has gone for one. Perhaps he would have been best advised to leave alone. And he's out for 29, 91 for 6.
Well, that was the wicket that I think they were happier to get. It's a wicket that they wanted, and now you've got another lower order batsman coming in, and you've got rid of Khan, who like to feel, bat on ball. Got rid of him, take away the threat of him scoring a few quick runs, and you've broken that partnership as well. So Barbados achieved what it was that we were talking about. Trinidad and Tobago have got to find another way of rebuilding here. And that wasn't a bad little effort from them. What was the partnership? 42 or 43, I think?
41.
41, beg your pardon. They now need something even in excess of that with Who is it that's coming to join Hines?
Terence Hines, yeah.
Terence Hines at the crease with De Silva.
Terence Hines played in just the one match before this. He got 57 in that match, so averaging 57 for the tournament. Terence Hines did not do too much with the ball. Hasn't taken a wicket yet in his 12 overs in the tournament, but back in the side here. Missed out after that first game. 57. First game he played was against the Windward Islands. Didn't play against Jamaica. In for the Windward Islands game. Dropped for the Leeward Islands game. And here he is back in. And it's a more than useful batsman in the lower order here for Trinidad and Tobago. Coming in here at number 8. I was just about to say he likes to have a go. I don't think I need to say that now. Terence Hines. He has 100 and 250s in 8 first-class matches. So he's averaging over 45 in his first-class career, which is quite useful. Actually got 100 off his second ever innings in first-class cricket right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And tried to pull the bat away from that, and has guided it perfectly between third slip and the gully for a boundary. So he's off the mark, a little bit fortuitously here, but it's 4 all the same. 95 now for 5. De Silva on 8 of 41 deliveries, and Hines has raced down to 4.
Didn't we see that shot a great deal last week, and were we not of the opinion that you should try and remove that from your armoury, despite the fact that you've just picked up 4? It's not at all where you meant it to go. It's not a shot that you mean to play. You're looking to avoid contact with the ball. The fact that you've been lucky enough to pick up 4, as you say, fortuitous to pick up that 4, get rid of it. Get rid of that kind of leave. If you're going to leave it, get the bat completely out of the way.
Jamel Warrican will come in, left arm orthodox spinner, born in St. Vincent actually, represents Barbados. 13 test matches, 75 first-class games, and 289 wickets at first-class level. That's quite tidy at 21.33. Also very good and very economical. We're coming around the wicket here to Joshua De Silva with a forward short leg in place and a silly mid-off. First one is short and pulled away by De Silva into the gap for a boundary. So not a great start here for Warrican. Played for the West Indies in the Under-19 World Cup back in New Zealand. Yeah, that's De Silva just rocking back and pulling that away. Second such boundary he's had in the last couple of overs. Well. Oh, yeah. The umpire has just signaled. I think he just maybe got a little caught up there. He signaled a bit late. Another short one, and the repeat of the shot. Would be a bit more in front of square, and De Silva picks up a couple of boundaries here. This time the signal comes very quickly. 103. The 100 is up for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, a couple of strikes all of a sudden. De Silva's on 16.
Well, he's doubled his score.
Yeah.
It took 41 deliveries to get to 8, and now
two
just
deliveries
2 more to double his score.
16.
Oh, he's racing along now.
He's almost pushed the scoring rate up to 2.7.
Seismic shift, isn't it?
Breathtaking from Trinidad and Tobago.
Warrican greeted with 2 boundaries of his first 2 deliveries. Captain has a word.
Mm.
What was that?
Well, this time it wasn't. Yeah, again, not at all unlike last week, where players just talking.
I think he's had a word with him about still bowling the delivery.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hit Mosley here. Oh, he's gotten that one on the heel. Wow. No, it is.
Yeah,
He's
I'm
not
out
going to
ahead,
stay there.
he said.
Oh, yeah, he's not going to stay there.
Yeah.
Can't blame him at all. Two have flashed past his shoulder, and now the next one has hit him on the ankle there, Reefer. He is out of here.
Gone.
He's had enough.
He hasn't waited for the skipper to move him or change the field. He's just thrown the helmet, said, I'm out of here.
And Mosley's in. Well, when you're the senior man, you have 5 titles under your belt, you can do that. Yeah, he's having none of that. The first 2 just went past his left shoulder, and then that last one on the ankle. Well, that's the end of his short stint as the forward short leg.
Mosley says, what's the problem? I never had any trouble.
End of the over, 103 for 6. De Silva into double figures in that over. So it is going to be the left arm pacer, Simmons, to start off here. We haven't seen Jordan for quite a while. He bowled earlier today, a couple of overs. Took a short break of 2 overs and then switched over to the southern end. But we haven't seen Akeem Jordan since then. So when the conditions were to his liking, he bowled very well this morning. See how it challenges him later on. Too far outside the off stump here. Edged and high over the second slip. And there is a third man in place, and he does the fielding. But he has escaped here, Terence Hines. Now, this is something we have seen with Hines. Teams tend to bowl wide outside the off stump because he's going to go for it. And we've seen a few teams have the third man in place despite having packed slip cordon. Yeah, he's going to play shots like that. And in addition, we've also seen teams put a deep point in place and a deep backward point down on the boundary, because he hits it so hard it could carry down to third man. Now, as you see here, to the Silva, they brought that man out of the third man position and into a more regulation backward point. Yeah, shouts of peals of joy from the back of the wicket. There's maybe some kind of party close by, because I've been hearing soca music piping through around the stadium. Of course, it is a venue that's used for fetes also, but in fact, Ronnie, our technical guy, was telling us there was one recently that kept him up all night. I guess he was partying along with them. Pulled away and get hold of that in front of the square, just one.
He's been very controlled in the pull shots as De Silva. A few times it's been dropped short. He's always managed to keep the ball down, picking up one or a couple. He's on 17, having faced 49 balls, but it's Hines on strike now.
Dug that one in a little bit short. Yeah, so the 2 slips and a gully in place, and they have that third man back in. Now, he's not fully on the boundary. Maybe about 10 meters off or a little bit less. And you can see him in the picture just in front of the L for Lara.
There's another man down at, I suppose, long leg, just in front of the 400, before you say anything.
Umpires walking in, and that's going to be the drinks break now, as the cart is going to come on with the drinks. So at the break, Trinidad and Tobago 105 for 6. They have recovered slightly from 56 for 5 at lunch, and they have added 49 runs during the session for the loss of 1 wicket. So we'll resume commentary in a couple of minutes' time. That is the latest score here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So it is the end of the first water break in the post-lunch session here. The TNT Red Force 105 for 6. Just 1 wicket lost, and Hines on 5 and De Silva on 17. De Silva was 2 at lunch, and he's now moved on to 17. So 15 runs De Silva has gotten during that hour. So he's really digging in here, Joshua De Silva. And when you consider that he's had 2 boundaries off the last over, I'll tell you, it's been slow scoring here for him.
Yeah, it's really important that he stays there, but he's got to find another partner along the lines of Imran Khan, who at least put some runs on and stayed around for a bit. But it's got to be more runs and longer.
Well, Hines is not dissimilar to Imran Khan in terms of his approach to batting. He's gonna have a dash. He's definitely, if the ball is anywhere within his arc, he's gonna go for it with full gusto as he usually does. Yeah, so Imran Khan gone for 29, the only wicket to fall during that last hour. So definitely conditions improving here for the team batting. Better over from Warwick End to end off. A maiden order over from him at 105 for 6 as the first over after the water break ends.
Yes, I think the previous over had any amount of danger for the close infielders. That one passed off without any incident.
Nobody was flinging the helmet away and deciding that they're going to walk away. And I know you're not a football man, but big news for Liverpool fans. One Mohamed Salah says he will be at Anfield for the next season. Wow, that's big news for the Reds.
No, I'm not much of a football fan, but I did listen to some football on the radio. Was it on Saturday, I think, possibly? The last games in the English Premier League, anyway.
Yeah, exciting stuff. Oh, he's crashed that through the covers for 4. An imperious shot there by Terence Hines. Once it's there, he's going to go for it. He's not going to die wondering here, Terence Hines. Look at that shot.
As you said, let's have a look at the footwork here. Just see how classic a cover drive this is. Well, okay. Yeah, we had a little bit, didn't he?
It was a cover drive.
Yeah. But it was there to be hit, and put his hands right through that. Good, strong, powerful blow on the up as well.
Yeah, onto the pad, bat onto the pad. That's why there was no appeal. And as we saw from Simmons, some great sportsmanship shown by him. Barbados earlier today, all up with an appeal when the ball seemed to come off the bat, and replay showed that it came off the pad of the batsman, and he diffused whatever angst there was on the field very quickly by signaling to his fellow fielders that it did come off the pad. So from him, he's now round the wicket here. Well taken by Dorich again. He's been fine in some good form here. He's taken some good ones down the leg side, but he's also missed some that he should have taken. So we are watching this little battle between the two keepers here. De Silva we'll see him with the gloves later on. So far with the bat, 17 of 55. Dorich will relish his time with the bat here at the Brian Lara Stadium, which has already given up 100 in the last game. Better there from Hines. Yeah, Brandon King there getting the 100, unbeaten 100 also against the Windward Islands in the last game. And he got his, that's Hines that is, he got his maiden 100 against against the Leeward Islands here, I believe it was a couple seasons back. That was the COVID-shortened season, 2020. Yes, gone after that one. From outside the off stump, they're trying to pull this one. Now, as the fielder waiting three-quarter way to the boundary in that square leg position, that kind of shot. They obviously know him very well, Terence Hines, nicknamed Terrell. How do you like that classical defensive shot?
Yeah, anything that's played that well deserves, if not a round of applause, at least some kind of acknowledgement, especially given the state of the match.
As Jed Gooley, the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, played against Jamaica, missed out. On the left there, that's Jed Gooley.
Carrying the big heavy bag.
Yeah, nice coffin, as it's called. One of the young TNT youth players training with the side also. Yeah, Chet Cooley actually had 100 in the last game for Trinidad and Tobago in that shortened 2020 season. Had one game against Jamaica and then dropped for the next game. Silva straight to Chase. Fields and there's no run. Actually, Gooley, who you just saw, had an astonishing innings in a T10 game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Got 97 of 31 deliveries for a team called the Blue Devils, which will be in action again pretty soon at the end of this tournament. T10 returns. Beat him there, Jamel Warrican, and after to beat a man who's set there, he's on 15. He's faced 59 deliveries. Just got him in the flight there, Jamel Warrican. Oh, that one was close again there for Warrican. Don't think the keeper quite read that one well enough. And that the over has come to an end. An eventful end to the over. Two half chances there created by the Barbados Pride. 109 for 6. Here's how it happened. Well, that may be an inside edge just over the top of the stumps.
And then onto the body, yeah.
Well, we were asking for him. Here he is. Akeem Jordan is back. So conditions slightly different to this morning.
I think this is a good decision by Barbados to leave Warrican and Chase up at the far end, and have your seamers working from here in exactly the same way that we saw last week when we were here. They had Merchant employed up at the far end.
Well, we're both sitting here looking on at this match on the media center. We both have our feet up. I'm going to join you in this very curious English tradition of lifting your feet off the ground when it's on the Nelson. 111 for 6.
You're going to have to suffer that for another ball. You can just do one leg if you like. One is also good.
Well, I don't feel any different.
No.
One of those peculiar English things that have translated into the game.
Yeah.
Supposedly because Nelson had one eye, one leg, and one arm, but that's not even historically accurate.
No, it's not. No, very well put. Nice defensive shot there.
So, Terence Hines, who usually scores quickly, has been held scoreless off the first two deliveries here. He's obviously away as the Nelsons, which is considered to be unlucky for some batsmen.
Yes, they did a statistical analysis that showed that 111, I'll say that after this ball.
Well, the Nelson's gone because that has been hit with some power over extra cover for 4 here by Terence Hines. So we can put your feet down, and he certainly put his foot down the pitch there to smash it away for a boundary.
He did indeed. But there is no statistical proof that shows that something is going to happen on that particular number, 111, over and above any other number. In fact, most of the time it's on 0.
Well, tell that to Mervyn Dillon and Phoenix Thomas of the Windward Islands. The score was actually 111 back in June 2005 during a first-class match when a lightning strike actually happened, and they were both felled by the lightning strike, and Mervyn Dillon went down, and Phoenix Thomas also went down. Dillon now coaching. Phoenix, not sure what he's up to now. 111 was lucky for them.
That was wide enough to throw the bat at. You know, that deserved to be hit. That one, it was short and wide, sat up nicely. Yeah, didn't quite get the full treatment, but they came back for 2.
They did. Luckily, no lightning strikes anywhere around here. We did have a situation during a CPL match a couple of years ago during the 2020 tournament. There was a big shower that washed out one of the games, and there was lightning all around the stadium. Everybody had to head for cover at that time. Not like how it is in Florida. As you know, it's very dangerous in Florida. But still, everybody got under the roof here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy very quickly. And should get 1 here. 2 straight to the fielder for him to think about the second run. End of the over, 118 for 6. Hines has almost caught up with the Silva now, 16 of 18. So he's rather like Imran Khan, likes to get on with it here. There's the scorecard. Look at these two scores, 19 and 16, 29 for Khan, the top score, but that's a sorry-looking tale. TNT winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Not a great decision. They were 50 for 5 at one point, then 91 for 6. Now 118 for 6 since Terence Hines has come to the crease. He has scored very quickly. A 6 and a couple of boundaries already for him.
Yeah, you see a quick fire 25 here or there isn't going to do it for Trinidad and Tobago. They need big partnerships.
In those innings that Terence Hines got those big scores, he got 100 and those 50s. It's when he's able to mix judicious defense with his outlandish attack. That's when he's been very successful. So far, he seems to be setting himself up for something like that. He just swept that one away. Is that one going to go all the way here? Well, it's not. It's just dropped and stayed where it is. Slows up very quickly. So Hines has moved on by a couple here. Just 2 more runs to him.
It's rather like that golf shot, wasn't it? Just plugged there.
Hit that with a 9-iron.
Yeah, and it just stopped.
Dropped and stopped there very well. No, his uncle plays a lot of golf, and I don't think he's ever played. His uncle is actually a more than useful golfer.
Yeah.
Up at the Millennium Golf Club here in Trinidad. He's gone for a big hit. Mosley was just trying to find any corner of the world far away from Terence Hines. Lucky he didn't pick up with that one. Dribbled away to Brathwaite. Jomel Warrican is bowled economically at all times. First-class cricket, he averages just about 2.63 per over. That first over where he gave up those 2 boundaries, very much an aberration for him. 13 4-wicket hauls and 18 5-wicket hauls he's had in his career. 5 10-wicket hauls also. When he gets going, he can be a real handful, but yet to see signs of that. He's kept it very tight here. End of the over, 121.46. So from this position with Trinidad and Tobago, still have a couple of batsmen to go here. They can get over 200. That would represent something of a big recovery.
Yeah, I think the target, as you say, should be 200, over 200, but it really will require a solid innings from one of these two, De Silva or Hines, because after this you really are with the genuine tail enders, I'm afraid.
Yes, Jordan. Nice looking defensive shot. It's got a hand on it. Close to the stump, but Terence Hines was back in his crease. Very unfortunate way to get out when comes off the hand of the bowler.
Deflection.
Silva has been rock solid in defense. The only ball that really troubled him was that first delivery that he faced from Graves, which struck him on the pad just outside the off stump. In fact, he was heading back towards that off stump. Doubtful whether it would have hit it, but he did play a shot. It was outside the off stump and he survived. No sign of any of that movement, the exaggerated movement we saw from the bowling of Jordan earlier today. He got a few to jag back. Nothing quite yet. Flicked away. Just a grunt of dismay there from De Silva as he stepped away. Thought he should have put that one away in front of square. Went straight to the fine leg fielder.
Yeah, that was the disappointment, wasn't it? That he picked the man out exactly. It didn't go left him so that they could come back for a second, and it didn't go right. And it certainly didn't go that far out of range that he couldn't chase it down and it would go to the boundary. Unfortunately, he went straight to the man.
Ooh, good line there to test Hines. That's the kind of line that troubles him, because he wants to get after it. He wants to feel bat on ball. That's the kind of line that he wants to go after the bowling. I feel that that backward point position has been pushed a little bit further back, because when he hits it, it's going to come in that direction. It's also going to come very fast to you, just outside of your picture there.
Yeah, that's definitely a catching position. He comes in to save the one, though.
Yeah, just one this time for Hines. During that 100 he scored here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the leg spinner, he really was harmful towards the bowling career of one of the leg spin bowlers. As the Barbados camp, 123 for 6 at the end of the over. They're in that little tent just on the outside. Of course, with T20 cricket, more teams would, they prefer to sit outside just on the edge of the boundary ropes. $20 for the Silva and 19 for Hines. Let's see what tactics they employ to Hines here against Warwican. They have a deep mid-wicket in place. Also, there is a long off and a mid-on who's rather deep here for Hines. Silly mid-off also in place for the big right-hander. And he's gone for the slog sweep. And that's over the head of the mid-on fielder, and that's gone all the way for 6 runs. That's one of the areas he loves to target. That's why the deep mid-wicket and the mid-off in place there. He got all of that. It's landed into the stands here, so that's a big hit for 6 runs.
Yeah, super shot. If it's there to be hit, go ahead, take it on. He's gone up to 25. What was Imran Khan out for?
It's out for 29.
Okay.
He's gone for another one here. That rush of endorphins after hitting that 6.
De Silva's
better of him.
Sorry, De Silva's coming down to have a word. I wonder what they're going to talk about.
Just a touch of the gloves, a little bit of reassurance. Maybe they've worked out a signal. Whenever I come down and I touch your gloves, it means just calm down. Don't need to say anything. Well, he's hit it straight down the throat of the man coming in, who has taken the catch. Exactly what De Silva did not want from his fellow batsman. Well, he's hit it down to mid-on, and the catch is taken. So Hines has gone for 25. That is 7 wickets down for Trinidad and Tobago. Cummings again has taken it. So that is the second catch in a row here for Cummings. He does not make any mistakes. Further trouble here for TNT. Hines gone for 25.
Well, the big disappointment for Trinidad and Tobago fans, it was clear to see there that De Silva had come down and had a word with his teammate and said, look, just take your time. We can stay here. And he probably said to him, yeah, okay.
I'll do it.
And then his eyes lit up when he saw the possibility of another big strike. But now it's 7 down. 129 for 7. This is like deja vu. We saw Windward's collapse, and we're all out for 137 before tea last week. I dare say we're not that far off here, unless there's some heroics that someone else is going to come up with. Who's the incoming batsman? Brian Charles.
It's Brian Charles, yeah.
And after that, well, we can't really say after that because he's only just come in. Let's give him something. But we can look at the other names there, and I'm sure that they don't, send shivers down the spines of the Barbados bowlers, Shannon, Gabriel and the like. With the greatest of respect, they are tail-enders.
Brian Charles in, the 26-year-old, has had a good start with the ball for Trinidad and Tobago. With the bat, 61 runs, highest score 25. Well, he has faced 195 balls, so he can stay in there for quite a while. End of the over, a successful one for Warrican. His first wicket, 1 for 19 his figures, 129 for 7.
Yeah, pressure being applied here now by Barbados. 7 down, small change on the scoreboard as far as the runs are concerned, I'm afraid, and a huge task here. I'm sure De Silva is saying, look, let's just try and stay around for as long as possible. Doesn't matter how long it takes you to pick up 10, 15 or 20. If I can do the same at the other end, we can make that scoreboard look a whole lot different. But don't give me 4 and out or 6 and out. It looks nice in the highlights reel, but value your wicket.
Solidly forward to this one again is De Silva. In the other games on today, Jamaica versus Ghana, just to tell you what's happening there briefly. Jamaica won the toss and chose to bat, 147 for 4. 59 from Jermaine Blackwood, 21 from Williams so far. Blackwood came in at number 3, so he's held the innings nicely together. That's what we have not seen here from this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup.
Ooh.
Oh, he's been beaten him by that one. There was some sharp movement. And he's indicating with his hands that moved away. That's what we got from earlier today. From Jordan. Impressive young bowler from Barbados. This is what happens here. Came in and then just straightened. Silva defeated by that. But still managed to get something onto it. Always edged again, this time short of the keeper. Again, that one was coming back at him, and that's what's happening. That's a cumulative effect of the last delivery included there. Forced him to play at it. He saw that it wasn't quite coming in, tried to leave it alone, and Dorich had the chance to get rid of his opposite number.
Where is this leave coming from? Got to get rid of this.
Lot better here from De Silva. Yeah, they certainly do. Just to update you on that Leeward Islands score, they have won the toss and chose to bat. Obviously, they've all employed the same tactic here. Win the toss and bat.
I'm on the edge of my seat. How are they getting on?
They're going at 137 for 5. None of the teams that have batted first have gone away to a great start here.
So Windwards, with their pride still going.
That was come back in sharply. Big appeal here, and De Silva has survived.
He was lucky there.
I think he's lucky. That one was heading back in. He may have just gotten outside of the off stump. Quick inquiry there by Graves towards him. Let's see what happens here. Does he get outside the off stump? Comes across here De Silva. And well, that front foot, well, I don't think he's gotten outside the off stump. That has struck him in front of middle and off. And I don't think that's very high either. So he could count his lucky stars here, De Silva, to still be there.
He's having a word with a few of the Barbados players.
Well, they did have the opportunity to get him the ball before. He was dropped. It just dropped a little bit short of Dorich, to be fair. Not a good delivery. What a testing over this has been. from Jordan. Very unlucky not to get a wicket there. 129 for 7. De Silva stays on 20. Charles is yet to score. So all of the teams have decided to bat after winning the toss here, and it hasn't worked out for any of them.
Yeah. Well, it definitely, at this point, has not worked out for Trinidad and Tobago. You can look at the scoreboard, 129 for 7, and in no way would any of the team be happy with that. There is a not oft used, but once in a while you will hear this come up. You really don't know until the other team has batted.
Exactly.
There's that possibility.
There is.
It's a slim chance, I know.
Slim chance, yes. Slim as Craig Brathwaite is. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago will be well aware that if they don't get off to a great start here, which they haven't, there's that Brathwaite factor. He's the one who's going to bat and bat and bat and grind you into the ground. Then this, they decide not to go for the single. Then, of course, there's Shea Hope, who got 100 in the last game. And Barbados have all sorts of weapons in their batting lineup. So it's, and Craig Brathwaite, he does have a double 100 for the season already and got 100 against England. So he's been in all sorts of form. It's not looking very promising here for TNT after we're into the second session of play. Of course, it's the game of blissful uncertainties.
Charles keeping Warwican out. We have seen what? Sorry.
End of the over, 129 for 7. What have we seen?
We have seen Warwican drop a few balls short and just get the length wrong from time to time. Now, you know, top order or higher order batsman like De Silva is quickly onto it and he could take advantage of it. Charles maybe would need a little bit longer to get in and feel confident, in particular to use his feet to the spinner and knock him off his length and push it about and get some of those close infielders just out of your out of his sight. So there's a long way to go yet, and it's going to require a big effort from Charles. That's assuming also that De Silva can stay there, because he has not been chanceless either.
Good shot, but mostly is there to make the stop. Here's the interesting thing about Brian Charles. He's played 30 matches for Trinidad and Tobago, only about 322 runs before this, averaging 9.2. So those figures would suggest that he is your regulation tail ender. But when you look at the number of balls faced, 900. So he faces at least 30 balls every innings. So he can stay there for a period. He can hold up one end when he gets some confidence. He can get some scores. His high score is 43. So he can stay around, but the chances of him getting a lot of runs here to really add to the flow of runs from De Silva, which has already been low, not a promising situation for TNT.
And again, just showing some patience there. If it's not in my zone, I'm not going to go for it.
That's right.
Just keep them working hard. You know, you don't want to be a seamer and running in at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So make them go late into the afternoon when they're tired, and then you can pick up some runs.
right now, these are, strong guys who've got plenty of stamina.
That one was coming back in late.
Mm-hmm.
Drove it very well. Still to come here for Trinidad and Tobago, Shannon Gabriel and Uthman Mohammed. Well, at least that's the way it's listed here. It's listed in alphabetical order, that's why.
Sorry.
Shannon Gabriel before Uthman Mohammed, but I suspect that Mohammed is going to come in first. As for the Barbados bowling here, yeah, more late swing here for Jordan. Hakeem Jordan in his 10th over. Miguel Cummings has bowled 9. Roston Chase, 8 overs, none for 11, very tidy. Justin Graves, 9 overs, 2 for 26. And Jomel Warrican has just had 1 for 19 off his 6 overs and conceded 8 off his first over. Nice on drive. If that had gone past the field, it may have been going away to the boundary, but well stopped by Simmons. That's Chase coming across. That is the end of the over. 130 for 7. Silva will retain the strike. He's on 21. Charles yet to score.
He's done well, actually, to steal the strike with that of the last ball of the over, because it is going to be down to Silva to take the bulk of the batting, given that he is the more established batsman. Charles, however, can do well just to hang in there and make sure that he keeps his wicket intact, in the hope that De Silva can find the boundary from time to time and wait for that 1 or 2 balls that you'll get that you can score off. Warrican definitely gave him that early on. It's been a little bit better in the last couple of overs, Warrican, finding his length and line. But then he's had Charles to bowl at, didn't he? He had Charles to bowl at. There'll be a little bit different here.
Yeah, certainly it will be.
See if De Silva comes down the track at all.
Cuts that one, will get 1. So he's been very defensive towards Jordan. Jordan has troubled him, and some might suggest should have had him 2 overs ago. But against Warrican here, looking a little bit more attacking. At least he's trying to get the runs here. He's given Charles 4 deliveries to face. I think he has confidence that Charles can keep out Warrican here for these 4 deliveries.
He just really liked that shot.
Uthman Mohammed is still to come in, and I think Uthman Mohammed, he can bat a bit. We saw him win a couple of games for his team in the recently concluded T20 festival here in Trinidad. Played some really nice innings. Hits the ball a long way when he's going. Of course, it's a different version of the game.
Yeah, that's better. The shots before were ball hitting bat. This time the bat's hitting the ball. He's actually getting to it now and striking it nicely.
Slower, more turn, and kept out by Charles at the end of the over. 131 for 7.
As you said, you've seen him off easily.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Yeah, Charles. Brian Nigel Lennox Charles, to give his full name, the 26-year-old. And he had 25 and 21 against the Leeward Islands in the last game. Just 1 wicket he took at Diego Martin. Certainly not a pitch that he would have relished, but against Jamaica, he took 6 for 48 earlier this season.
That's a nice shot.
It stopped, but just going to be 1.
Still hasn't got it.
Craig Brathwaite came out right after lunch, 10 minutes early, after everyone was still with their feet up, and he was doing some fielding drills. The impact of that has worn off a little bit here. I think he's signaling for something here, Craig Brathwaite.
He didn't look comfortable, did he?
No, he didn't. Charles's bowling, he had 9 wickets, I make it.
4 slips, yeah.
11 wickets in the first 2 games for TNT. Yeah, the 4th slip goes in place for Brian Charles. 11 wickets in his first 2 games for TNT, and he was asked to head across to play in WICB 11, as it was called, against the England 11. Took 3 for 143 and 1 for 52 at Coolidge in February.
Well, De Silva gave Charles 4 balls to face last time. It's 5. He's seen off 2 already.
He's quite tidy, very not overcomplicated batting mechanism that he has. Just hoping that that late movement that Jordan has been able to get here will defeat him, possibly getting an edge to one of those slippers waiting. Well, no problems at all. Why is TNT at 132 for 7? It's very comfortable out there. Still hasn't scored off 15 deliveries though, Brian Charles. But that last match actually was his best ever aggregate in any of his first-class matches, 25 and 21. Well, that one's coming back in late, but he saw it all the way and allows it to go through. Second best average in aggregate in all of his games. Of course, they did have 43, his highest score. But good game with the bat here for Brian Charles. Last up, if he can maybe get another 20-odd. Who knows what that could carry the score up to here for TNT. With the Silva at the other end.
Yeah, that's what they will be hoping. And then, of course, you've got two more men to come.
He's gone straight through him. Late movement has defeated him here. And after blocking a couple here, that one's come back in and has knocked away the off stump of Brian Charles. He's gone without scoring. And here is how it happened.
Well, we saw the setup in the previous delivery, didn't we? Saw that, not boomerang, but we saw the curve ball, if you like, and that was a beauty.
Absolute beauty there from Jordan. His second wicket of the innings here. Figures now 2 for 17, and what delivery that was. Yeah, and he's moving it off the seam. He's getting it to swing in either way. What a find this has been for Barbados here. Jordan, Akeem Jordan. He's not express pace, but he's a very intelligent bowler.
No, we saw a couple of short balls from him that they were able to get out of the way without too much trouble. As you say, not express pace, but he can move the ball, and that angle that he just showed us there as well, that's clever bowling, because he'd set him up before with a similar delivery, and that one looked even more acute and went through the defences of Charles. Right, who've we got coming in now?
That is Uthman Mohammed.
As you quite rightly predicted. Mohammed.
Suspect I'm not the only one.
Yeah, joins De Silva. How freakishly similar the whole day has been to last week's game with Jamaica and Windward Islands, where Windward Islands were rolled over for 137. They're not that far off that video.
No, not
I don't want to put the muckers on Trinidad and Tobago, but really
have to go some to get to that 200 that you were talking about earlier. Barbados will be looking to roll them over as quickly as possible, but it's De Silva on strike. He'll face Warrican.
"23 of 81 deliveries. Mohammed at the other end, coming at number 10 here, the 33-year-old, born in Port of Spain. 7 first-class games he's played previously. Has a 50 in there actually in those 11 innings. 53, averages 16.20. Maybe a bit better batsman than that suggests. But a real task for him here. Shannon Gabriel, the last man in. And this is his first game of the season. Oh, he swept across the line yet. He's been given. Joshua De Silva is gone. And that is the end of his innings. I'm not sure if his disappointment, it's about the shot he played, or if it's this decision. But all the same, he has to go here. He's out for 23 and another wicket for Warrican. Here's how it happened. He says, now the ball is going to turn away from De Silva. So that one's pitching. Yeah. That one's pitching just about middle and off, turning back on, and it's going to straighten here. And De Silva sweeping across the line. After a brief hesitation, umpire Bassaret says that's gone. I think he was disappointed with the shot.
Yeah, I don't think that you can be disappointed with the decision. We've just had a look at it on the replay, and I couldn't see anything that suggested to me that was going to do anything other than hit the stumps. Possibly angry at the fact that he had, nursed a few of the lower order batsmen and told them not to do certain things, and then he went ahead and did something rash himself. So again, what do? You see a ball that you feel that you can hit. Your natural instinct is to go at it and put it away, take advantage of that. All looks good on the scoreboard, but the risk there is that you miss and you're out. You get one chance.
And that was his chance. And the way Shannon Gabriel walked in, you would feel that he's the most popular man on the Trinidad and Tobago team. Every one of the Barbadian players went over and had something to say to him, greeting him to the crease here. And Shane Dorridge, who appears to be, at least from this angle, half his size, had a lot to say to him. Two of them having a few quiet words, the West Indian teammates. Let's see what field they employ for Gabriel. First slip, there's a gully in place. Forward short leg, there's a silly mid-off. Short extra cover. And the mid-wicket close in. And Gabriel defends the first delivery. Warrican might be thinking seriously about improving his figures by 1 wicket here. Nice looking defensive shot again here from Shannon Gabriel. The real problem is when the over ends and they have to face up to Jordan, who's getting that late swing. That's going to be a big problem for these number 10 and number 11 batsmen here for Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah,
that is a bridge too far, isn't it? You've got a quality bowler in operation against the tail, and you've got a ball that's how many overs old?
53.
All right, so it's been well looked after. It's still got some shine on at least one side that they've been looking after really, really well. And you can tell that it's in okay condition because it hasn't been smacked to all parts of the ground, has it? So it hasn't taken any punishment. They've been looking after it. The outfield is nice and green, isn't it? Look, so it hasn't worn the ball away. No, I think that'll be in good condition, and so will the bowlers.
Mohammed getting in behind that one. First ball he's faced. Gabriel has faced 2 at the other end. And Akeem Jordan, 7 wickets in his first game ever for Barbados at first class level. 4 for 31 he took in 1 innings, 7 for 139 in that loss to the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 19.85, 3.865 his economy rate, and he's already had 2 wickets here. Of course, when we see bowlers come in like this, they do so well at the start. He's getting the late movement, getting the ball to seam here. Can they make it up to the next level? It might be too early to tell here for Jordan, who's still learning his craft at this regional level. So far, so good here for Uthman Mohammed. None of the deliveries so far have swung. They've all held their line. So I think we might see that one. He's going to try to get it to swing here. Craig Brathwaite comes across and has a quick word with the umpire. We are just about 2 or 3 minutes away from the tea break here. That's the one. Setting him up for it all the time, and there it is. A big smile on the face of Jordan, very close to his third. Almost got it back to the bowler. Craig Brathwaite was just inquiring about time with the umpire. If the wicket falls at this time, what's going to happen?
Well, sorry, when is the tea break?
Just in a couple of minutes here. It's just by my watch. It's about 2 minutes to go. So it might be one more over if Jordan can get through. Oh, what a delivery! Big appeal, but that one was swinging a long way. And according to umpire Ramdani, that might have swung too much. You knew it was coming, and there it was. Wow, look at that. That is the delivery that has caused so many problems for these Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. Let's see how he does it. Wow, that one came back. Strikes him on the foot, actually. Was that outside the off stump in your estimation, or that's just about off stump?
I really think that he's made a good decision here because it's moving so much.
As is that one, but he's getting behind it well here, Mohammed, and he survives.
We saw that curveball movement, the one that missed, the one that then took the stumps, and that one, and as you look at it, it's making such a big movement. I mean, if you look at when it leaves his hand, and then look at the movement as it gets towards the stumps, it begins to move huge. No, that's a good decision. That's going to miss. It just moves too much. You've done too much. Or the ball has done too much.
Still things over here.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think, well, Reefer's back in the forward short leg. That's good news. But at the other end, I think it may have been moving a bit too much.
That was a
the
big
initial
one. Yeah.
thought that I had.
There's Warwican.
Well, Gabriel's gone for a big shot here.
Why not?
And that's gone over the head of the fielder. And he's just going to stay for one. Well, Mohammed was interested in the second, but Gabriel was having none of that. Turned his very broad back on him and decided, I'll just stay for one.
Yeah, I've done my part. It's your turn now. You face him.
Mohammed facing up to Warwican for the first time. And he's gotten him here with one that turns away from his defensive prod, hits the off stump, and that is the end of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. And you talked about the eerie similarities. Well, not quite 137, but TNT bowled out here for 133. And Warwickon has another one. Yeah, well, you can't see it there, but that one obviously with a pitch just about maybe middle and off or so, turned enough past the defensive prod to hit the off stump. And the end of the innings here, Trinidad and Tobago, after winning the toss, have been bowled out for 153 of 54.2 overs. Very disappointing performance here for the Trinidad and Tobago team with the bat. 29 for Imran Khan, 25 for Hines Late, and 23 for the Silva, but very sorry tale at the top for Trinidad and Tobago, bowled out for 133 here. A lack of partnerships all the way through for TNT, nowhere close to the 350 mark that the coach has been calling for. There's the bowling figures: 3 for Warwickon, he took the last wicket, 2 for Graves, 2 for Simmons, and 1 for Cummings. But Jordan, perhaps the most dangerous of the bowlers today, 2 for 17 off his 12 overs, and that late movement that he's getting, is gonna serve him well going into his career.
This is a really good position for Barbados. They've got, you know what's coming now. They're going to look to bat for 2 days and put Trinidad and Tobago out of the match.
Yeah, certainly that is going to be very, very clearly what's going to happen here. So Trinidad and Tobago bowled out for 133. The dismissal has come on the verge of the tea break, so that's what's going to happen now. So we should be back with you just about 3 o'clock here. So stay tuned. And the news is from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, TNT bowled out for 133. Barbados, their reply coming up next. Back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. Round 4 WICB Championship match, TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride. And we resume after tea with the Barbados team out there to bat. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force bowled out for 133-29, the top score from the number 7 batsman Imran Khan. And for the Barbados Pride, 3 for 20 for Jomel Warrican. The best figures here. Video Ramphel alongside Sheldon Rooks. And it's a situation that Trinidad and Tobago fans would not have wanted to see Barbados batting just after tea on the first day, and Brathwaite opening with Mosley.
No, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon also, Vidya. No, not the best situation. There's a little bit of a crowd in. There's some people in and enjoying the cricket. And there's someone who's brought their own music in, and they're playing Kool and the Gang's Celebration. It's a little bit early, I think, to be celebrating.
Unless you're from Barbados.
Yeah, but even still, it's a bit early, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, right. So, having said that it's a bit early, there is a mountain to climb here for Trinidad and Tobago. They're really going to have to bowl incredibly well to restrict Barbados, keep the score down, or, you know, hope against hope to bowl them out for very little. We shall see. Here's Shannon Gabriel.
Here's Shannon Gabriel, first ball of the Barbados innings. Whoa, he started well here. One that beats the bat of the West Indies captain, and follows up by walking down the length of the pitch and having a quick word with the of Craig Brathwaite, and just an idea of how fickle the crowd is. The guy who was berating the Trinidad and Tobago team earlier in support of them is now saying, "Let's go Barbados."
Quickly he can change his colours, huh?
Well, he is still wearing red, white and black of Trinidad and Tobago. He's had it on his head. He has a massive Trinidad and Tobago flag across on the left.
Is Shannon Gabriel wearing a black armband? I think he is, isn't he?
Yes, on his
left.
Across his left, yeah. Kept a little bit low there, Gabriel. Follows up a long way down again.
See, this is the thing. This is what you hope for as a quick bowler. Some degree of uncertainty. One that drops a little bit further back and comes up, and one where you just push along. I don't think that's the pitch there. I think that's Shannon Gabriel's ball that he delivers a little bit further up, and it's the batsman who's jumping because he's uncertain. But I don't think it's the pitch. This has been a good wicket with good bounce, good carry, and if you bowl it in good areas, as they like to say, you're going to get a good result.
Wow, that one came back a long way and not far away from that off stump. And Shannon Gabriel was expecting to hear timber. Smile on his face. That one came back a long, long way.
Right, and again, but the batsman, he's looked at the pitch. He knows that if it pitches there, that's going over the stump. So he left it comfortably. Of course, with that curve that you get and that movement, he was also leaving it because it was a little bit wider, and it ends up going over the stumps. So, the bowler's in there. He feels that he's got a shot. But for me, that was a good leave. It just was a little bit closer than the batsman thought.
Another good delivery here, defended by Craig Brathwaite, who has scored the most runs in the competition in the 3 games, 469 runs, and he's averaging 93.8 for the season.
Oh, that is
Bradman-esque.
That's a bad sign for Trinidad and Tobago that you've got the top run scorer opening the innings for you, and you've got 132 to defend. Even if he gets half his average score, he's almost taken off. He's taken off a good chunk of the score that you put up there, far less the rest of the batting. And we know that Barbados have got some good bats, so problems for Trinidad and Tobago all round.
That one came back again sharply, well taken by the Silva. because very late he was just curving away from the keeper, and he did well to get a hand onto that. One ball remaining. Shannon Gabriel at the end, the last ball he bowled in that match against the Leeward Islands, get this, was his 17,000th ball in first-class cricket. That is a lot of bowling for Shannon Gabriel. 116 matches, 318 wickets. He tends to go for runs because he's an attacking bowler. 30.63. 1 10-wicket haul and 9 5-wicket hauls in his first-class career. Well, that's the end of a maiden over for Shannon Gabriel. 1 or 2 alarms for Craig Brathwaite, but all good for Barbados Pride after the first over. 133 for TNT. Barbados Pride at the end of the over are 0 without loss.
Yeah, that's a big workload that Shannon Gabriel has carried, and he's a big guy. You know, they don't normally stick around without injuries if they're carrying that kind of weight and they're being given that kind of workload.
Gabriel has also played 56 matches for the West Indies, 161 wickets in his Test career. When he played his 50th Test match, they had asked him about it, and he said, well, if anyone had told me before I started that I'd play 50 Test matches for the West Indies, I would say you're lying. And here he is, 56 matches, 161 wickets. Good returns for him. 13 for 121. The anniversary of that, I think, would have been last week. WindiesCricket.com would have put up an acknowledgement of that on their Facebook page. There was a big cry of red force as the players came together just before going out. Well, the first innings is gone. They've been bowled out for 133, so only a good bowling performance here from Trinidad and Tobago can bring them back into the game.
Yes.
Barbados get away to a great start here. That could very well be an early end to the game. It could mean so many things. It could mean the chances of winning their first regional title since 2005 gone for Trinidad and Tobago. First runs off the bat, and it is for Mosley who gets the first run. So he's off the mark. We'll bring Brathwaite back and strike.
No signs of the knock that he took to the foot or the ankle from that sweep or pull shot, remember earlier
Pull shot, yes, that's right.
He wore one, didn't he, for a while? He seemed to... Was it Reefer?
Well, actually, Mosley also got one earlier. Reefer got one and then decided, hey, that's it for me.
He was the one who got out of there, wasn't he? But it was Mosley also took one, didn't he?
Yeah, Mosley stayed in.
Yeah, he was a brave soul.
Flicked away by Brathwaite, and that's not going to go to the boundary. It's slowing up already. It might actually still get there. Well, it's just in front of the ropes. Has to be pulled back, and Brathwaite gets a triple. So he's off the mark also. Barbados 4 without loss. Uthman Mohammed starting at the other end here. Uthman Mohammed playing in his first match for the season. So a chance for him to impress. Didn't do too much with the bat. Was bowled by Warwican. Really good delivery. Testing the left-hander here, Uthman Mohammed. Born in the Laventille area in Trinidad and Tobago, which is a rather hilly area if you've never been or seen the area of Laventille. So to find a lot of cricketers coming out of Laventille is unusual. Akil Hussain also came out of there.
Yeah, there are not many grounds in there.
No.
Yeah. And the ones that are quite small, and they're normally for football.
That's right. Darren Cruikshank is the other former TNT player to come out of there. There've been a few others before that. And basketball is also very popular in the Laventille area in terms of sport.
I suppose if you're going to play cricket, then you need to come down the hill. Must be something in Belmont, I'd have thought. You begin getting grounds there, or you go along that eastern main road, left or right. And of course, you can come down the hill and be in the savannah. So
that's right, and he would have found his way. Really, the big part of his career at the University of Trinidad and Tobago team under the former West Indies fast bowler Tony Gray, who you met the other day.
Yeah, we chatted. He was at Surrey, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was at Surrey, and he would have had a big influence on the career of Uthman Mohammed and his bowling. He hasn't been able to nail down a place in this Trinidad and Tobago team. Another chance for him here. 4 without loss at the end of the over. Shane Mosley is out there. Brathwaite is going to face up, but Mosley has had a couple of test matches for the West Indies already. Made his debut against Bangladesh at Chattogram in 2021. Also played in that second test, both of which the West Indies would have won. That was that series. They got the 2-0, including that amazing match where West Indies traced down 300-odd to win the game. Problem was he didn't have a great time. 28 runs in those 4 innings that he faced, so he was dropped after that. But always opportunities for you. He's only in his 20s, 28 now, so still opportunities for him to get himself back into that test team.
Left alone. Now that's the kind of leave that we're more accustomed to, with taking the bat completely out of the way. That was the opposite type of leave. An exaggerated leave with the bat completely removed.
Well, here is the Barbados and West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, facing up to his main strike bowler. So this is the man he calls upon when he wants things done in the test match, and here he is to face him up here. The beauty of regional cricket.
You might be calling him something else by the end of the evening.
Certainly wouldn't be strike bowler. Yes, Shannon Gabriel. I'm sure he's relishing this opportunity to bowl as his test captain. Remember, Skipper, when you took me off when I was bowling well? Remember that?
He does look as though he's carrying a little bit more weight than he has in the past, doesn't he? Shannon Gabriel picked up a few pounds here and there.
He has been on the injury side, missed a couple of series because of injury. Actually was in the running for that England series. After the first test, they said he might feature later on, but he didn't. And he's falling a long way down. Just having a little quick talk with the skipper. And Brathwaite, you know, he doesn't get involved in these shouting matches. He just carries on. He just turns around. You can say what you want. I'll go ahead batting. Maybe not as extreme as a Jack Callis, who would just say absolutely nothing. He would just exist in a bubble when he's batting. In fact, one of the Aussies, there was a story, he walked up to him and asked him if he was deaf. And now I've had to clean that up a little bit. There was a little bit more in there.
A bit more descriptive.
Yeah. A few Anglo-Saxon expletives. Oh, that's a good delivery.
Couldn't get the hands out of the way in the end.
Too fast, too much on that there. And Shannon's letting him know.
Yeah, this is sharp, isn't it? Gets it up there. Well directed.
Oh, that hit the shoulder off the bat there. He did very well to control that and keep it down. There's Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, I thought that he was trying to get the hands out of the way. On the replay, you see that he's actually trying to play it because it's already on him, so he just wants to try to keep that down. He did well.
Yeah, if anything, if you want to be hypercritical of Gabriel, he's only 11 balls into his spell. He hasn't made Brathwaite play enough here. A few of those just outside the off stump that Brathwaite has the luxury of leaving alone.
Yes, and having tested him with the short ball there and either wrapped him on the gloves or at least caught the top part of the bat and rushed him into playing uncomfortably, you'd want him to play again.
Neighbour didn't have to play at that one and leaves it alone. Brathwaite 3 of 13. Barbados 4 without loss after the over. Shannon Gabriel, 2 maidens to start off here, yet to concede a run. Craig Brathwaite, 29 now, captain of the West Indies team. His nickname used to be Bobo early on, but I don't think when you're captain anybody's allowed to call you that. Actually played for Nottinghamshire last year, I believe it was, in the county cricket scene. Had 1 or 2 useful innings. Also played for Yorkshire in the past.
Yeah, if I get a chance, I'll ask him which one of those counties he enjoyed most. It'll be diplomatic and not say, but
it's quite a gentlemanly young man. Craig Brathwaite. He and his predecessor, Jason Holder. Got 17 in the first innings against Guyana, 111 in the second innings. Of course, he got 160 against England in that titanic battle that he had with the England bowlers. Brathwaite 160 and facing 489 deliveries in that really blunted the England attack. He goes for the pull shot here, Mosley. Mohammed certainly the slower of the opening 2 bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Now, of course, after that first game, Trinidad and Tobago have lost Anderson Phillip. They've also lost Jaden Seals and Akil Hussain. They've gone with the West Indies team for that ODI tour to the Netherlands. So TNT calling up Uthman Mohammed here. There was also Sharon Lewis in the lineup, but he was left out of the game.
Yeah, I think the removal of Jaden Seals obviously gives Mohammed a chance, but you know, that's a nice attack. If you look at Gabriel at one end and Seals at the other, you've got a lot to deal with.
Too wide this time. Been very few times that we've seen at regional level that Trinidad and Tobago would have had an attack with 3 seamers, quality seamers like that. Perhaps Anthony Gray and Ian Bishop would have bowled together only a couple of times. Very few times for Trinidad and Tobago, but TNT have over the years relied on their spinners in this regional tournament. That's a nice shot there by Mosley. That gets past Karaya and out to the boundary. Well, it's just going to get there for 4. Just trickling over the ropes. And Karaya, to add insult to injury, has to pick himself off the turf and run after it. So, nice looking boundary there by Shane Mosley. And for him, this is a battle in itself, because after losing his place in the test team, it's maybe even harder to get his place back. (17-48) against Guyana. Hasn't quite fired for a while now in the competitive matches. His highest score was that 48 against Guyana. Against England, 20-7. Barbados against Jamaica, 4-34 not out. So he's still trying to get himself back, and also had 13-3 against the Leeward Islands when Barbados won that game. 8 without loss at the end of the over.
Well, I wouldn't expect Barbados to come out of the blocks with full speed ahead. There's plenty of time in the game, and there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't take their time to build an innings, craft a big score. You would, from this point, really be happy to bat once and bat Trinidad and Tobago out of the game.
That is exactly what they're trying to do at the moment. Standing in their way at the moment is Shannon Gabriel. This is his third over. He's yet to concede a run. Well, he's gone very full here. Well, there's a big appeal by Darren Bravo. I'm not sure why, because I was on the ground. More of a type of a Tarzan yell, more like it than an appeal. But he's quite an animated character, Darren Bravo. He was captain, actually, for of Trinidad and Tobago in that 2020 season, when TNT would have finished second in the table. We saw a different side of him, a more vocal Darren Bravo than normal. And he actually even bowled during that tournament. Gets the ball to swing a long way. Not Wakaruna's pace, though.
How many times have you heard that? He skippers, and then he also bowls. The skipper bringing himself on.
Well, if nobody else is going to bring you on, why would you not do so? So Brathwaite quite content to leave these deliveries outside the off stump. Now, Gabriel has not bowled to sorry about that. Hasn't bowled to Mosley at all. Brathwaite has been able to keep out everything so far. The first 14 deliveries that he's faced from Gabriel. Now, finally, a run of Gabriel off his 15th delivery. Brian Charles doing the fielding this time. So, first time he's going to be bowling to Mosley. So, Mosley asking for, what's he asking for here? Asking for a mid-stump guard, it seems. Now he's asking for off-stump.
Just so he knows exactly where he is, and then he's probably going to be somewhere in between, and depending on where Shannon Gabriel lines up, runs in, just so he knows where things are.
Just gets a final word of advice from his skipper. A few well-chosen words, I'm sure, by Craig Brathwaite here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A score like that on the right would be a good first innings offering here against Barbados, wouldn't it?
Score like what? Well, they're not going to get 501, 400 or 375.
Okay. Top right-hand corner, that one. We'll go for the lowest one.
That'll be good.
Low-hanging fruit, yeah. 375. And the birds have been quite quite a few birds here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They've been quite at home. Flicked away. That's past the fielder and powerfully into the boundary for 4. Well, he was moving away quickly there. Keegan Simmons, the opening batsman for Trinidad and Tobago. Now, he is he's very quick. He also does a bit of goalkeeping, Keegan Simmons. Saw him in a charity match, and he's very good as a shot stopper. Now, if he couldn't stop that, well, that tells you how powerfully it was hit there by Shane Mosley for his boundary. He's up to 9 now, 13 without loss. It's not exactly in that short leg position. It's just that position halfway towards the umpire. Just about 2 pitches away here. And still couldn't get anywhere close to that. Good delivery from Gabriel. And again, he's remarking his guard here, just trying to avoid the glare of Gabriel, who was up on him. I mean, he's a big, imposing figure. And closer he gets to you, he's even more threatening. He's not one who you would describe as a natural athlete, but he has worked very hard on his run-up, which has improved a lot. I mean, when he first started, his run-up looked very disjointed, but now it's a lot smoother. It's not the smoothest right now, but it's a lot smoother than it was.
No, you're right. There was something that was eye-catching about it. But it's a lot better, and he hits the crease looking quite strong.
Oh, that's a good bouncer. And Mosley, no ball also. They're striving for a bit more pace, and that certainly shook up Shane Mosley. And the chirping starts again. Well, he almost, well, he's not tall enough to clothesline Shannon Gabriel, but Gabriel almost walked into the umpire's arm. Yeah, they took a while to acknowledge the signal there. That's what he was waiting for. Now telling that's the one for the over. Let's see how he responds now, Mosley. Wasn't far away from the helmet. A few of the Romans around us calling for another bouncer. Oh, that's a good stop by De Silva. Came off the pad and would have gone away for 4, but he did well. Pulled out the goalkeeper's dive to make the save. Over comes to an end at 14 without loss. Actually, De Silva did harbor ambitions to become a footballer in his day. Played football for St. Mary's. And if he had to choose, I'm sure he would have chosen football. But at one point decided he was coaxed, actually, into staying with the cricket. Good choice for him.
Well, it's worked out well for him.
Yeah.
Playing Test cricket for the West Indies.
Well, I don't think Craig Brathwaite had any other ambitions but to become a West Indies opening batsman. He's an ultra-focused youngster, 29 now. Oh, he's played that well. It was coming back into him. First saw him at Guaracaro Park over a decade ago when he played against Trinidad and Tobago, and he got 100 against TNT. And boy, you could have seen what a player he would become. He's maybe more limited in his stroke play than some of the great West Indies batsmen, but he is effective. Good defense. Of course, if he had gotten out, he might have come up here and said, well, you put the hoodoo on me.
Well, it's quite often the case, isn't it, that we'll say something and it will follow. This batsman looks good and they're going along nicely, and then they get bowled or they do something silly.
Yeah, made his debut in first-class cricket all the way back in 2009. Yeah, Barbados versus combined campuses and colleges at Cave Hill. And the CCC team would have had quite a few Barbadian players in it, so it's almost like a home match. In fact, in his first innings for Barbados, got 73. Craig Brathwaite. So he's off and running very quickly in first-class cricket. .73 and 33 in that game, so racked up over 100 runs in his first-class match. That's not a bad effort there from Craig Brathwaite, and we have heard so much about him here in Trinidad over the years. He was West Indies under-15 captain also. Good short delivery, which Brathwaite is able to fend off. Over has come to an end. Uthman Mohammed, 3 tidy overs for 8 runs. Barbados 14 without loss at the end of that over.
Yeah, Mohammed looks like a tidy prospect. He hasn't got, as you mentioned early on, express pace, but he's quick enough, he's sharp enough, and if he puts it in the right place, he can get the ball to trouble the batsman. Not quite sure how old he is and how much experience he has, and maybe with a little bit more variety he could do a bit more.
That's right. Let's update you on some other games. Jamaica versus Guyana out at Diego Martin. Jamaica 209 for 4. There's a very good partnership going on between Jermaine Blackwood and Aldrin Williams. Blackwood on 87 not out of 201 balls, and Williams 51 of 111 deliveries there. Last wicket falling at 99 for 4. So they have put on 110 runs for this 5th wicket partnership.
Yeah, I enjoy getting the updates, so I'll look out for your next update video,
which is Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands, and that game is progressing rather quickly also. Leeward Islands 177 for 8 right now. Jeremiah Louis on 8 and Colin Archibald on 6. Jamal Hamilton 52. Well, the Centurion in their last game, Kieran Powell, was run out for 19. Flicked away. 2 fielders out in the deep. 1 in fine leg collects. So tonight, very good conditions here. The sun has receded behind the clouds. So we saw the Barbados bowlers bowl up to 6 overs on the trot earlier today in hotter conditions. Could see possibly longer spells here for the likes of Gabriel and Mohammed. Of course, they'll have to manage Gabriel's workload because he is still maybe not 100% fit. He's still coming back from injury. So I don't think they want to push him too much.
He always looks so strong, strapping, tall. But yeah, the other side of that is they tend to pick up injuries. In he comes now.
We mentioned him work on his run-up. so many bowlers have worked on their run to the wicket with sprinters. Dennis Lilly would have done the same back in the 70s. Worked on with one of the great sprinters across in Australia. And we're seeing that in so many sports. This cross-fertilization between sports. I want to see that the increase in speed in football, for instance, has been a result of training from sprinters. Michael Johnson, the great American sprinter, has a company which goes around training footballers how to run more efficiently. Those like the Cristiano Ronaldo's, for instance. He might look fast, but he's nowhere close to the sprinters of the ilk of Usain Bolt, who can crank it up to around 48 kilometers an hour. Cristiano, his fastest has ever been 39.
He's languishing in the background.
Yeah, he's back at the field. Yeah, they really do look fast, the footballers, but not quite as fast. And bowlers like Shannon Gabriel would have benefited from work with some of the sprinters. TNT have produced several fine sprinters over the years, as has Barbados.
Indeed they have.
Keep a little bit low that time. Yeah, he hasn't made Brathwaite play a ton of times here. And this is the kind of situation Brathwaite loves, just to get his eye in. He's not going to play at anything he doesn't have to. That's better from Gabriel. Gets the West Indies and Barbados captain to play at that. So the 3 games around the West Indies Championship progressing well here. This is, in golf they use a term on the day before the final day. They call it moving day. Well, this is very much the moving round here. Teams trying to put themselves in a position to really launch for that title in the last round. And this really has to be one of the better seasons here in terms of the way it's structured, with 4 teams in position possibly to go on to win. End of the over, 15 without loss. Gabriel here maybe a little bit disappointed he hasn't made Brathwaite play a bit more. None for 7 off his 4 overs.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the case. He's found a line and length, but it's just not as testing. Sorry, it's just not as testing as he would like it to be. Just needs half a yard closer to the off stump, and then possibly 1 or 2 that are directed direct at the stump. So you just bring into question in the mind of the batsman exactly what he's going to play at and what he's going to leave.
Hope he sees the light.
Page 61, number 3.
$15 without loss here, and Mohammed's going to continue. Well, we saw the groundsmen walking around the field. Thought they were going to the covers, but there's no hint at all that there's going to be any rain today. Driven away nicely here by Mosley. 10 off 16 he has so far. So with these 4 teams in a position to win the title, well, Barbados have been there. They've done it so many times, haven't they? 22 titles, Jamaica 12, Guyana 10, Trinidad and Tobago 4. There's the points table. As we mentioned, just 6 points separating the top 4 teams. Testing delivery here from Uthman Mohammed. for Barbados, their last title 2 years ago. Guyana, just a year before that, 2019, they would have completed the last of 5 titles. Jamaica also in the running. Their last title was in 2012. Trinidad and Tobago, you have to go back a little way. Their last title in 2005, so 17 years have passed since TNT have last won it. Well, for the Leeward Islands, you have to go back a bit more if you are to find when their last title was. Their last title would have come in the last century. I know that sounds like a long way. It is. 1997-98 season, they shared the title with Guyana. So this is the first time in a generation, basically, that the Leeward Islands have a great chance to go on to win the title. And they'll have to do a lot of work if they are to overcome a resurgent Windward Islands there. Yeah, Leeward Islands would have won the title 3 times between 1990 and 1999. 4 times, correction. 1990, 1994, 1995, and sharing the title with Guyana in 98. So they were easily the dominant team in that last decade before the turn of the century, but it's fallen away for them. Finally a chance for Leeward Islands fans to celebrate perhaps a title. Well, you can't win the match on the first day, but you can certainly put yourself in a position to lose it. So Barbados trying to get themselves in a strong position here to go on to perhaps launch into another title for themselves, and the second in a row. Oh, he's pulled that around. There's a fielder out there. Well, that's far over his head and gone for 6. Shorter delivery. Hines was not on the edge of the ropes. He had actually come in a few meters and then suddenly saw the ball going back over his head. It has gone all the way for 6 here. But credit to Mosley. Good shot for him. He's up to 16 now. .21 without loss at the end of the over. There's the point standings once again. Barbados on top, Trinidad and Tobago in 3rd place, and Guyana 41.4 points. Now Jamaica, don't write them off, because if they can win their last 2 games, they could also vault their way up close to the top. Their coach Andre Coley saying that after losing their first 2 games, getting into the top 3 would be where he would aim at. A very good chance of that now. So there's going to be a bowling change at the northern end of the ground, and Shannon Gabriel is off the attack after those 4 overs. Remember, we did say they would not try to push him too much as he's still feeling his way back from injury. It's going to be Terence Hines to bowl. Now, Hines has only bowled 12 overs in the competition, just the 1 game he's played, but he has not taken a wicket yet. He's more of a batting all-rounder. Terence Hines, just 8 wickets in his 8 first-class games, and his average is 57.12. Bravo stops it with his right foot. Didn't try to get down there, Bravo. And even when he's picking the ball up now, just out of your picture, very gingerly trying to get down. There might be a issue perhaps with the hamstring or so.
He's got a slightly slingy action,
yes, he does,
hasn't he?
One of the ways he gets wickets in the local leagues is that slingy action. He tends to get some late swing away from the left-hander. So he played in that Tobago T10 competition and cleaned up Jason Mohammed with a really good outswinger. Yeah, with one that just went straight in, through his defenses, knocked away the off stump. First class level, it's a different proposition for him. Yeah, that's more like the delivery that he likes the ball. Yeah, that's the delivery that he gets his wickets with. Fuller delivery allows it to swing away from the left-hander. Too wide that time, and Shane Mosley going to the full-blooded cut shot, just guiding that one away from the fielder for one. Mosley made his debut against Trinidad and Tobago at Bridgetown in 2017, and has his run scoring rate maybe not quite as high as he would want. Does have 4 centuries and 11 50s, and on the cusp of 1900 runs. In fact, he's gone past the 1900 run now. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's the type of delivery he thrives on, swinging into the left-hander here. Here's how it worked. There he is. He just well, that one came in a long way. Straight to the fielder this time. Got a big 100 a couple of seasons ago. Shane Mosley, 155. Also a century in the last season. 22 without loss. Well, it looks like the more comfortable of the two camps at the moment. A lot of feet up and relaxing. There's Reefer. Has the pads on, so he should be on maybe next or on as the fourth batsman here. Really did tickle us earlier when he got hit while fielding at short leg. He just promptly took the no reference to the captain at all, took off his helmet and walked away.
Well, it was the third time actually that the ball had gone in his direction. He'd been hit twice, past him, and then on the third occasion it hit him, and at that point he decided, I've had enough.
Yeah,
I'm not staying here for this. Warwican, I think it was. It was bowling, wasn't it?
Yeah, his first two deliveries went for boundaries.
De Silva pulled him a couple of times, and on the third occasion he said, "Right, I'm off." I don't blame him.
One more for Brathwaite here. Raymond Reefer actually got married during this season. I think he would have left to get married 2019. That certainly created a little bit of a stir. Just before that COVID-19 period set in. We're still not post-COVID. It's more like a situation where it's less government restrictions on movement. Would love to say post-COVID, but it's not. It's great to see cricket back here. This, of course, is the first season since the COVID-19 break back in 2020. And in case you're wondering why it's just one round, exactly for that reason. Usually teams would play 2 rounds of matches, 10 matches in all in the first class season, but it's reverted to what would have been in existence since 1965, just a 1 round. That's hopefully for just this year. Hopefully next year we'll see the full season once again. And also the other innovation to accommodate for the restrictions at COVID, the last 3 rounds played entirely here in Trinidad and Tobago. And out of the 6 matches we had in the first 2 rounds, 2 were played in Barbados, 4 here in TNT.
I actually think this is a really good format, with playing games over a longer period and you staying away and playing cricket. I'll come to that after this. The reason for that is the next level up is test match level, and when you play your tests and you play away, well, that's what happens. Those are the conditions. You are away from home for a long period of time. So surely anything that helps to reproduce the conditions that you are going to find when you step up to the next level in preparation for that is a good thing.
Slight stumble there from Mosley as he took off, but no sign of any injury or anything untoward. Just gets 1, yeah. And the thing is, even though you're still in the Caribbean here, players do get homesick. They miss their loved ones, miss their the home comforts, as you are on the road here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You when you're on tour and you're away, you don't have the comforts of home. The only thing that I would say about Mohammed is that he's not threatening the stumps. You know, he's sharp. It looks good. You know, he's got a nice run up. But he's not threatening the stumps.
24 without loss at the end of the over. 5 overs for Mohammed, none for 16.
So runs wise, we're pretty much level. 25 plays 24, but at this stage, as you can see there, Trinidad and Tobago had lost 2 wickets.
And they were close to losing a third, because the third one fell right after that. They were actually 30 for 3 at one point, so not very far away from that happening. Craig Brathwaite, a big part of the reason, of course, why that is. He's just going to keep one end, keep on batting and batting. Increase the level of frustration for the fielding team. Here's Hines. Mostly looking for some more shots here. Looking to score 17 of 29.
See that carve cut outside the off stump. You've got to be so careful with it. You've got a man at point, extra cover, mid off. And that's for the ones that you're in real control of. Other than that, you've got to be careful if you're going to start guiding it there. There's a gully.
Lovely shot, true extra cover for 4. And he's starting to look more aggressive here, Shane Mosley. And he gets the ball to suit his aims.
Pick the spot. That's what we were talking about. Shot before. To the man. This time, pick the nice spot. It's a lovely shot.
So Hines now will continue. Boundary off his second ball here. Getting some advice from Darren Bravo. I wonder if we'll see Bravo doing a bit of bowling here. Where's that gone? Inside edge, down to fine leg, just one. Among the options here for Trinidad and Tobago. They do have, outside of Gabriel, just the two main seamers and Hines, who's a little bit slower, more of a medium pacer. Keegan Simmons can bowl a little bit of medium pace, but I don't expect we'll see that at this level. But it's more of a spin-based attack here for TNT. After that, it's going to be Imran Khan, you'll see. Also Brian Charles, the off-spinner. Oh, good delivery, and he's got him here. He's done the trick. And Hines has done the trick. He's gotten rid of Craig Brathwaite, the one that moves away late. And that is a massive wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Brathwaite gone for 6.
We were talking about the slingy action, and this draws Brathwaite into playing at this ball.
Held its line, but he was thinking about that one, perhaps at going away, and it just took the edge. And Brathwaite is gone here for 6. Wow, that is a massive wicket. And in the huddle there, just away to the left, as you'll see in live play. So go back to live. This is new thing in the team. They get together, and just as they break up, they'll scream TNT Red Force, a big chant, and they go out there. Seen this with European football teams, Barca and some of the others. Are there any other good teams to mention?
I've seen it with the Lambo women's netball team. They do a similar thing where they scream out, "Lambo girls, go!" Where do they get this from?
European football. Well, it's for American sports, I guess. The huddle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the huddle.
The whole huddle thing, and yeah, it is very much like, you know, team go, and they put their hands up. And I mercifully was never involved in a cricket team that did that. Mind you, I was never on a level as with these guys, so there is that. Oh, good luck to them for team spirit. Hope it brings everyone together and G's them up and gets them going, because that's what they're doing it for. And they've got one down, and it's a big wicket as well.
It's now the left-handed Raymond Reefer back with his home franchise. Ooh, thought about playing at that one. Raymond Reefer, third game, has played 3 games before this. He's had a good season. 195 runs, best score 71, and averaging 39 for the season. That's not bad at all for Raymond Reefer, so back with his home franchise. Massive wicket of Craig Brathwaite, a man who could bat through a hurricane, it seems. That's a lovely shot, but straight at the fielder. Darren Bravo is well positioned. That's driven straight to him. So 29 for 1, successful over here for Terence Hines. That is his first wicket of the season. So he is off and running here.
Yeah, and a big wicket as well. They were beginning to look a little bit settled, weren't they, Barbados? So good that Trinidad and Tobago could eat into that top order. They'd like to take another one out if they can, and within the next hour, and certainly before the close of play, a third. So that will be the aim for Trinidad and Tobago. A couple more wickets, and they'll also hope that they're not going to give away too many runs. They'll feel that they're back in with a chance, and this just may be a low-scoring game. Can't afford for Barbados to get in and then build big partnerships. Mosley is there on 22. He's faced 31 balls. And he'll be on strike to face Brian Charles.
Brian Charles is among the top wicket takers for Trinidad and Tobago in the tournament. 12 wickets. Just one behind Anderson Phillip, who's had 13. He is, of course, not going to add to that. I don't think he's going to be back also in time for the last game. West Indies, of course, will be playing in the Netherlands and then heading to Pakistan. So that's the end of Anderson Phillips' season. So he's not going to add to his 13. Charles will hope to get past him and by a significant margin here. Seals also had a good time. 11 wickets for him. The next among the strike bowlers for TNT, Imran Khan. 10 wickets at an average of 9.8. That's a ridiculous average, isn't it? Very good for Imran Khan, as always.
No doubt we'll see him before the close of play.
Oh, that was a definite chance. Well, he's there for the bat pad. That one going straight into the hands of Simmons and out. Unfortunate, but that would have been a sensational catch had he taken that.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was that said those sorts of ones, they either stick or they don't. And on this occasion, really difficult to say that he put that down. I mean, it was off at him so quickly. Very, very tough chance.
Raymond Reefer certainly contributed in that Ghana effort to win those 5 titles in a row. And here he is back with his home franchise. 2016-2017, 445 runs. And every season he seemed to turn up with over 100 runs. And quite a few wickets to go with that. So finally deciding the home franchise finally decided, well, we need to get this guy back. Here he is with the Barbados franchise. Needs some runs here. Oh, not far away from the inside edge there. So with that late swing, he's testing both sides of the bat here. Terence Hines, it's one of those rather fashionable tattoo sleeves on the upper part of his arm. As so many players do have now. Cost you quite a lot of money. I don't think I'll ever see you with one of those.
No.
No. And his good friend Sunil Narayan, he also has one. Those two are very good friends, what we call in TNT riding buddies. He's getting in behind that nicely here, Raymond Reefer. Talked about his form, averaging 39 for the season. Well, you can get an idea why from that shot.
Again, angling in, making the batsman play.
Dealt with that one well. A bit shorter this time from Hines. Reefer from a family that includes so many, a former Test captain and several other first-class players. Also an umpire in there too. Floyd Reefer's cousin, of course, the former West Indies captain. Still yet to score here, Reefer, as the over has come to an end. 29 for 1. Barbados recovering here from the loss of Craig Brathwaite for 6.
Yeah, slow start now, you could call this, because we've had 13 overs. 29 for 1. Barbados trail by 104. It really doesn't sound like a great deal, not least of all because they've only got 1 wicket down. 104 to get rid of, and then you can start getting ahead.
Too far down on the leg side there from Charles. They decided to go for 2. It's pretty comfortable in the end here. Reefer wasn't too sure. Not sure if he heard the call from Mosley. That was too far down the leg side. Jason Mohammed had to track that down. Chance in the last over, which went straight to Simmons. Getting a fair amount of turn here, Brian Charles. A slightly faster one this time. Imran Khan does the fielding there. I'm sure we'll see him not long now. Had a couple overs from Terence Hines from the other end. We see Khan come into play pretty soon. Too far down the leg side here from Charles. That's swept around. Fielded does well to get out the boot. Terence Hines, that left boot of his, and make the stop. Not his natural foot, but did well to stop it. End of the over from Brian Charles. That is 2 overs for him now. And Barbados are 33 for 1 at the end of the over. And it's about 10 past 4. Well, we haven't had the water break there, have we? Yes, just about due now.
If we did, then I didn't notice it. But I know it'll give you a chance to have a look at the scores from the other games. Yes. Jamaica playing Guyana. I think that's in in Digger Martin, and then the Leeward Islands and Windward Islands in at Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, Hines again. On drive. That will get him one. Not bad fielding there by Gabriel, moving around to his left. Well, at the Queen's Park Oval, Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands 194 for 9. And the not-out batsman is Colin Archibald. He's on 18 of 34 deliveries. Top scorer in the innings was Jamal Hamilton, 52. Terence Ward also got 30 there. As for the bowling, main wicket taker was Preston McSween. Continued his fine form here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 4 for 62. Now Sherman Lewis, who was called up for the West Indies side, he's gone. So they brought in Darius Martin to replace him. Pulled away. Has he gone? Yes, he's carried to him. And that is Hines celebrating a second wicket. And well caught by Imran Khan at that short mid-wicket position. And that's the end of Mosley. He's gone for 24. A good catch by Hines, off Hines here by Imran Khan. Looked at as though it had gone behind square, but actually may have gotten a leading edge onto that, and well taken by Imran Khan, who claims the catch. So Khan gets his positioning right, and that's the second wicket down.
Well, I think you're going to see Hines bowl better balls than that one, but this one has picked up the wicket. Modi's gone for 24 off 43.
And we were asking for the water break. Well, that's going to happen now. So the drinks break on here. Barbados losing their second wicket. They lost Brathwaite for 6. And now Mosley for 24. Couple more wickets coming up in the next hour. And TNT might consider themselves right back in it. Stay with us. Jonathan Carter is the new batsman here for Barbados Pride as they have slumped to 34 for 2. Here's Terence Hines. Straight to Can again. Can took the catch, dismissed Shane Mosley for 24. Terence Hines has taken both wickets so far.
So much for the slinging action. Doesn't say anything about that in the book. Just says that Hines has got 2 for 7 off his 3.3 overs.
Another one of the southpaw batsmen at the top here for Barbados. Mosley, Reefer and Carter, all left-handers. A lot of chat out there for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team, so still a lot of belief in this side. 91st first-class match here for Carter. Ooh, almost played that on, almost a third wicket there for Terence Hines. Batting average of 31.39. That's been very useful to Barbados over the years. Here's how it happened. Wow, that very, very close to going back onto his stumps. Hit the right boot and went away. That's a good delivery here from Hines. Certainly one of the best seasons for Carter back in 2011-2014 when he got 608 runs, 34 for 2 at the end of the over. More recently, he has 174 runs this season, but 2 seasons ago, 689. That was back in 2019. And the 500-run season before that. So averaged over 40 in that 2019 season.
What was that we were talking about earlier on? Let's wait to see what happens when the second side bats. Well, at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago were 35 for 3. Barbados are 34 for 2.
And the crowd starting to change their views a little bit. More shouts of encouragement coming from the crowd, including that one supporter. Oh, close to getting it to 3 wickets here. And the one supporter who had berated the Trinidad and Tobago team earlier and then started to support Barbados has now started to support the home team once again. How fickle the crowd is. Not a huge amount of spectators in today, but certainly they've made their presence felt. Jason Mohammed's father is here. Jason at first slip. I'm sure we'll see him bowl a couple of overs later on. Gone for the single. Taken that to Bravo. Yeah, he had to go to his right, Bravo, so that's where they decided to go for the run. I'll bring Carter back on now. Carter still yet to score after 4 balls.
Charles also got one of those sleeves then.
Yeah, they're quite the rage. Sleeves on the opposite arm, that is. Well, end of the over. Another tight and tidy over here, over from Charles. His 3 overs, just 3 runs conceded. 35 for 2 at the end of the over. There'll be another over for Hines here. Sure there will be. He's heading back up to do the bowling once again.
Well, he's proving difficult to get away and difficult to deal with, so why not? Why not keep him on?
Yeah, I was updating you on the other games before that wicket went. Before the break, well, Leeward Islands are now 207 for 9. The situation they were in, you would not have expected that. We were telling you that Preston McSween, 4 for 56, 2 for 50 for Kenneth Demba. Josh Thomas, 1 for 36 of his 12 overs. Rock solid in defense again. Raymond Reefer in the other game on today. Well, Jamaica looking pretty good here after a shaky start. 236 for 5. And guess who has 100? Jermaine Blackwood, 101 not out. Congratulations to him. Aldrin Williams actually got out just after we gave you the last update. He was on 51 then. He was dismissed for 51. And Durval Green, who got the 5-wicket haul here, he's on 13 not out. Another run. Well, Carter is back on strike. Just one more for Reefer. Yeah, so those are the updates there. Jamaica looking in a much better situation. And that's where Trinidad and Tobago did not get along here. There was that big partnership between, once again, Jamaica relying on 1 or 2 big partnerships. And they got 112 between Aldrin Williams and Jermaine Blackwood. That's what carried their score up in a big way. Oh, that one came back in a long way, but well covered there by Jonathan Carter. So Terence Hines, who's only had 8 wickets in his previous 8 matches, has now picked up 2 wickets here, 2 for 8. He's been very good this season in all of the competitions he's been playing in. Actually played in one of those T10 matches in Tobago, in the Chief Secretary's Bago T10, and there was a match in which he had was faced with the last ball, had 6 runs after last delivery, hit it square of the wicket for 6, and won the match for his team. I think you were there for that match.
What a hero!
Yeah, he certainly was a hero that day.
Sort of stuff you daydream about doing, you know.
A boy's own story.
Yeah.
He's giving Carter some problems here. Another one of those from that Arima area. Terence Hines. The outskirts really, not Arima proper. Shannon Gabriel just rehearsing some more bowling actions away to the left of Hines. Might be coming on for another dig here. Naughty looking shot there from Carter. Just essaying a cut shot. Not quite short enough for the cut shot. Over comes to Nan, 36 for 2. Tense time here for the Barbados Pride.
Yeah, that would have been a horror story for Barbados if he'd edged that. Really need to dig in here and show some discipline. There was talk
at the beginning of the Barbados innings about them having to or wanting to just bat once and take the game away from Trinidad. Well, things look a bit different now.
What Charles has done very well here. He's bowled 18, make that 19 deliveries, and he's only conceded 3 runs. So he's tying down one end. So at the other end, they might be fancying their chances, trying to get the runs off Hines. Got the throw in, but couldn't effect the run out here. Solozano coming across to do the fielding. That's been a very good afternoon for cricket, hasn't it? Very good weather conditions here for the teams. More turn on offer here for Brian Charles.
Yeah, it's been overcast. Not threatening at all as far as rain is concerned, but just, you know, nice cloud cover. Make sure it's not too hot.
In fact, a lot of cloud cover. Can't see any blue around me at all. Except your shirt, that is. Which doesn't count.
There've been patches of blue at different times of the day.
Yeah,
but
in
for the
fact,
most part, yeah.
8 octaves is what they would call it, a measure for the amount of cloud cover. And 1 octave, 1/8 or so. Yeah, I think it's almost complete, the cloud cover here. Jason Mohammed collapses away at the slip, expecting a chance to come his way. End of the over, 37 for 2. And Charles keeps on. 4 runs conceded in 4 overs.
Well, it depends who's going to come from this media end now as to whether or not we will get the, is it 16 overs that we've still got left to bowl? I think 16 remaining in the day.
Yeah, 16 after this one, it seems. Terence Hines is going to get another chance to bowl here.
Okay.
See what he can do in his over. He's bowled and taken 2 wickets already. So both wickets going to Hines, who seems to have a new celebration. Usually runs off, hands in the air, almost looking like that statue in Brazil, Cristo Redondo, Christ the Redeemer in Brazil. But he has a different one. He turns towards the commentary area and he's showing up what is a heart. So it looks like maybe Gareth Bale, the Real Madrid footballer, does that too.
Is that deliberate?
I'm just trying to torment Ronnie, who's here. That's flicked away nicely. We'll get to. That's Ronnie's favorite player from the Real Madrid team. And as you know, the media very unfairly deride him as a golfer first and then a footballer. But I mean, when you think about what he's done for Real Madrid, that goal in the 2018 final was one of the best you'll ever see. That bicycle. Not to mention the Copa del Rey goal against Barcelona, which I mentioned with great pain. Nicely forward here is Reefer. Yeah, so sort of a hard celebration for Hines. Well, he hasn't done a lot of celebrating in this season with his bowling, but he's had the opportunity to do so twice here. Gareth Bale actually has that copyrighted. There's a trademark attached to that particular celebration. Maybe Hines on his way to doing the same. Another testing delivery here from Terrence Hines. This has been a very good spell from him. So he's in his 6th over here. I think this might be the limit. We haven't seen too many bowlers here at the Brian Lara Stadium bowl more than 6 overs. So this could very well be his last 2 deliveries of this spell. Would you bring back Shannon Gabriel for a spell here?
I might try Mohammed from this end, just to see what he's like running in from this end.
Plays that square of the wicket, and that's gone behind square for a 4. That is nicely played there by Reefer, and he moves into double figures. He's 10 of 22 deliveries. Carter still yet to score at the other end, 43-4-2.
The only reason I say that is you normally give your senior bowler the end that he wants to go from. He gets first pick. Shannon Gabriel has got to be the senior bowler, so he picked this end. It'd be nice to see Mohammed bowl from this end and see if he can do something with the ball. And then just split the remaining work from this end with Gabriel, Mohammed, maybe Hines still got some overs before the end of the day, and from the other end, well, you haven't bowled Imran Khan yet. He might bring himself on, and you've got the other spinner up at that end.
Another testing delivery here from Hines to end off his 6th over. 2 for 14. Is that the last we're going to see of him for the day? 43-2. Barbados Pride at the end of the over. Let's see what decisions will be made. Well, certainly Brian Charles will stay on here. 4 overs and none for 4. And he's uncomplicated action. Just comes in, delivers, getting a lot of turns. So he's going to hold down one end, we suspect, until the end.
And you wouldn't bowl Imran Khan at all, or?
I'll see Jason Mohammed turning over his arm as if to tell the skipper, I am available.
Yeah.
I've taken some wickets for this team. Carter might actually be telling him, yeah, why don't you come on? Be happy with that. It's Charles. So far he's in spot on. Just singles he has conceded. 4 of them. Bit shorter this time. It's cut away. Just 1. Nice sliding stop in the outfield there from Uthman Mohammed. So 19.3 overs gone. We're seeing 15.3 on the board still to be bowled. 25 minutes to 5 here. So that's going to be, I think the umpires, by giving that water break maybe about, was it about 10 past the hour, have signaled that we will be going late here. They've already done their calculations. Nice meaty drive there by Reefer, but he's not going to get anything out of it. That's Bravo.
Imran Khan could do some calculating of his own if he brings Mohammed or himself on.
In the air, and it gets past Bravo. It's gone for 4. 1 bounce to him, and that just scooted along the ground past the number 46. Dived across to make the stop, but it was past him in a flash. This one is going to be hit here powerfully by Reefer. Hit it uppishly away from the bowler. Yeah, maybe he should have done a better job at stopping that. Bravo, at least he shouldn't have gotten a hand onto it. Reefer is a powerfully built left-hander, and well, he put everything into that. 48 for 2 here, and here is Shannon Gabriel back. Well, he was doing some warm-ups earlier, as we saw Terence Hines completing his 5th over. He got through 6 overs in all. Gabriel none for 7 in his 4 overs. And what he was working on, it seemed that there is perhaps some, they're working with him on his bowling action. And one of the things he was seeing is that he was pulling in his front arm as the right arm was coming over, at least with the rehearsals. So just trying to get the body to turn a bit faster by pulling that front arm down quickly. Let's see if that happens here. Let's see what he wants. Terence Hines is going to move away to mid-wicket. Good spell from Hines. 2 wickets for him. Yeah, he's gone actually more to mid-on position. Short mid-on position as Gabriel will restart here. Another spell after 4 overs. 3 slips and a gully in place. Backward point. Imran Khan at extra cover. There's also a mid-on. And there is a long leg in place here for Shannon Gabriel. Well, he's asking the first slip fieldsman to go a little bit wider here. Picked off first delivery here by Carter. He's on to 2 off 17 deliveries. Didn't bowl a lot of deliveries that forced Craig Brathwaite to play. Brathwaite, however, not still there. He's out for 6, caught by the Silva of Hines. Mosley went after that, caught by Khan of Hines for 24. Last wicket falling at 34 for 2. So they have put on 25, make that 15 runs since then. Good line here from Shannon Gabriel to Reefer. Helps him that there are the 2 left-handers on. Trinidad and Tobago batting first after winning the toss. Left out Isaiah Raja, Carey Pierre, Jaden Seals, of course, not here. Akil Hussain not here, and Anderson Phillip has departed also. Jed Gooley, who was in the final 15, left out of final reckoning. He, Raja, Pierre, and Sharon Lewis, who was also Sharon Lewis, also called up. They were the 4 left out of the Trinidad and Tobago team. Barbados leaving out Boyce and Holder, 12th and 13th man for this one. Oh, what a bouncer that was to Reefer. Well, if he wasn't fully concentrating, Shannon Gabriel can make you do so.
Yeah, that's the second time that we've seen him dig one in that's really sharp and has the batsman leaping out of the way. That one tested him, didn't it?
A smile on his face, and as he looked at Gabriel. Gabriel's not smiling at all. In fact, I've hardly ever seen him smile. Oh, that struck him. No ball also. I don't think he judged the length very well. And he's been hit on the body here. Was it the glove that he got hit on? Or was it the body? Yeah, it is the glove. Just flexing that right hand. That has shaken him up here. Look at this. Shannon Gabriel, that first bouncer really unsettled him. And the second one certainly was still at the back of his mind. Yeah, it wasn't quite a short one. Actually, a good length delivery, and came off the glove. See what Gabriel does now here. How will Reefer respond? That's better from the left-hander out of Barbados. 50 for 2. The no ball bringing up the 50 for Barbados.
It's taken them 20 overs to put 50 on the board. Another no ball, I think.
Still get one. Yep, it's a second no ball here. Shannon Gabriel just trying to get things worked out. Checking to see where his front foot is. Just having a quick word with the umpire. Terence Hines is there beside him. Carter's turn now. Face up to Shannon Gabriel. None for 10. Last ball of his fifth over. Two no balls in the over. And a blow to the right glove of Reefer. Eventful over here from Shannon Gabriel on his return. 52 for 2. And Barbados, they now look up and see 14 overs remaining for the day.
Well, he could bowl another 4 before the close. At this end, wouldn't be any real problem for him. Big and strong. Have 4 from the other end. That'd be 8. You'd have to then bring Mohammed, I think.
Yeah, he might be on. Imran Khan also there. Shannon Gabriel could bowl another 3, as you said.
I wonder if Hines is finished for the day.
Yeah, he's ready to head back to the team hotel and enjoy perhaps his most successful day for this, which is his most successful day for the season.
Wouldn't mind seeing him, bowl 3 or 4 at the end.
Yeah, certainly a possibility. His best figures in first-class cricket, that's Terence Hines, 3 for 51. So not far away from getting that. Nice looking drive through the extra cover region, and that is gone for 4. That's a lovely shot once again here by Reefer. And for once overpitched here by Charles, whose figures now looking 5.5 overs here. None for 13. A couple of boundaries for Reefer off Charles.
Yeah, got himself into a nice position to play that shot. Opened up the offside there, struck it well. And once it was past the man at the extra cover, there's always going to be 4.
Charles continues to plug away here for Trinidad and Tobago. Fourth round match here, WICB Championship. TNT versus Barbados, always a big fixture. She will celebrate his 27th birthday early next month, Brian Charles, as the over comes to an end. 6 overs, none for 13. Still very tiny figures from him. Carter on 2, Reefer on 19. And 13 overs to go for the day. Well, if it is your birthday today, happy birthday to you. May 25th. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a famous cricketer that you're sharing your birthday with. Libran Constantine, born in Maraval on this date in 1874. You might recognize that the father of Larry Constantine went to England in 1900 and 1906, and certainly had a reputation as having a great zeal, with something that his son certainly carried on very proudly. Played inside the line there that time. Hey, Constantine, well, that's Larry, was pretty sharp himself. Libran, his father, was a wicket keeper. Actually built a pitch in the backyard, and they'd all practice together. Wonder if he had the pace of a Shannon Gabriel. So, no, you wouldn't have been around for that. Neither was I. But all the accounts say that he was pretty sharp. Not a good delivery here. So Gabriel, none for 11 off his 5.2 overs. So as we head up towards the end of the first day here, Brian Lara Cricket Academy has been very interesting. Barbados have not run away with things as many would have expected. Still not in a bad position at 56 for 2 in reply to Trinidad and Tobago's 133. Can top score with 29. Jomel Warrican 3 for 21, 2 for 26 for Graves, 2 for 24 for Simmons, and 2 for 17 for Jordan. Well, why is he going after that one so late in the day? Jonathan Carter. It's almost like a get-out shot, isn't it?
Yeah, he really does. Sorry, he really does chase that, doesn't he? Reefer goes down to have a word with him, a la Joshua De Silva, who had a word with one of his teammates. We saw where that went.
Yes, Hines got out the next ball.
He's trying to make up for it with the ball.
Outside the leg stump, the appeals coming. When it's second slip appealing for an LBW, then you know it's not much chance of that. Brian Charles at second slip. Uthman Mohammed in the gully. And Koraya just patrolling just behind square on the offside. Simmons in the gully, correction. Similar sort of build to Uthman Mohammed. Good delivery again. Reefer perhaps still thinking about that shorter delivery that troubled him. The two shorter deliveries troubled him in the last over. almost ducked into the second one. And he was quick to indicate to the slip fielders that it had come off his glove. Just tells you about the protection that those gloves offer these days. A blow like that, maybe 25 years ago, might have at least necessitated the physio coming on. Gabriel now coming round the wicket here. He's asked Imran Khan to go to mid-wicket position. More open stance here for Reefer. Gone straight through him. That was quick. Taken by the Silva. End of the over. 11 runs conceded after 6 overs, and that was the best of the lot from Shannon Gabriel, 57 for 2 at the end of the over.
Well, the captain's brought him on to try and take another wicket before the close of play. He's putting everything into it, and he is causing the batsman a lot of trouble. We'll find out whether the plan will pay off. That is to say, can they prize one more wicket out before the close of play? We'd love to do that. 3 down. I'm still 70 odd runs behind. At the moment it's just the 2.
In case you're hearing any shouting on the field, that's from Darren Bravo. Just trying to get under the skin of the batsman. It's been fairly difficult for Carter here. Just 2 off 22 deliveries so far. Reefer's also not gone off at a rate of knots, but he's picked up the boundaries in a couple of overs. In fact, he's having a long-distance conversation with Reefer. He's calling him Reef, giving him some advice on how he should play Charles. Oh, he's hit it past him and he's dropped it. Difficult chance. It's gone for 4. Well, he was giving him some advice on how to play the bowler, and Carter has complied. First shot in anger here, and he's almost lost his wicket. Technically, that is a chance.
Definitely. Got a hand to it as well.
It was hit so powerfully, it burst through the hands and through for 4. Bravo couldn't have tracked down that one, but still shaking his hands there, Brian Charles. He's a very good catcher, and still feeling the pain in that right palm as he comes into ball. So the end of the over here, another tidy one from Charles. There was the boundary and the drop catch in that over, 61 for 2. 11 overs still to go here on the opening day of the WICB Championship match. TNT Red Force versus Barbados Pride. Match that produced the fixture here a couple of years ago. Produced a 147-run victory for Trinidad and Tobago. This one's going to be a lot closer than that. Barbados won the previous 4 games before that. So now another roll of the dice here for Imran Khan. He's not brought himself on, but he has brought on Jason Mohammed. Now, there was some talk that there was an injury to Imran Khan. I wonder if that has been the reason why he's not bowling. He hasn't been in or ready to bowl. So here's Jason Mohammed now. He has a bit of a reputation as a partnership breaker. Not sure if that's grounded in reality, but does have the impression that he's taken wickets at the right times for Trinidad and Tobago. Just 1 wicket for the season though, and he's bowled 12 overs. Not sure if his first-class career would suggest that he's a partnership breaker. 26 wickets in 86 matches, an average of 33.26. Always fairly economical, 2.21.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to look into that, wouldn't it? See how many of those wickets did actually break partnerships. I don't think we've got that kind of stat hanging around.
And how many of them were top-order batsmen?
All of that, I suppose. Can look at. Sometimes the statistics are just as interesting as some of the games.
Carter looking a lot more comfortable against the offspin of Jason Mohammed. So 10 overs to go after this. And we are already close to 5 o'clock. So it might go on till about 5:30 here.
Carter choosing to play Mohammed from the crease. Let's have a look and see the length here. Yeah, that time draws him forward.
End of Mohammed's first over of the match, 62 for 2 at the end of the over. Barbados have faced 25 overs in this innings. They trail TNT, as you can see there, by 71 runs. So, Shannon Gabriel just bowled a couple of overs. Jason Mohammed in. Brian Charles will continue. He's still shaking the right hand, yet as if to suggest there's still a little bit of pain there from that scorching drive that he tried to catch off Jonathan Carter in the last over. Oh, Bravo showing up some basketball skills there. I'm sure he's been watching the NBA. Looks like he might be a fan of the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry. That's a good single there, pushing it square at the wicket. Just the way he shimmied and tried to shoot a little bit of Steph Curry in there. Who's not a fan of Curry, after all? The food and the basketball player, of course. Well, just tucked out of the way from the field in front of him. And gets one. A ripple of applause greets every run from the Barbados camp just below us. Haven't heard much of the spectators in the last hour or so. They've gone quiet. Charles continues to plug away here. Doesn't turn it a huge amount, Charles. When he slows it up and gets it at that right pace, he extracts some turn, but tries to flummox the batsman from those subtle changes in speed. Ooh. Like that. Faster one there, almost creeping through the defensive reefer.
Yeah, that one a bit flatter. Reefer not forward to it.
Well, that's a lovely on drive for 4. Pitched up, and that one hit the other side of the wicket from the one that was dropped by Charles in the last over. And a boundary to end it off 68 for 2. Barbados Pride here, the defending champions, in reply to 133. Here is how he hit it. And Carter's just moving inside a little bit. Exactly where he was. That ball passed. Thankfully, would have had to pull in the jump here to get over that one.
Yeah, nice looking shot, well controlled. Hit hard all the way along the ground. Right, we are going to see a change of bowling then.
Jason Mohammed had the 1 over, and now Imran Khan has said he's going to do the business himself here, Imran Khan. So he's in now for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So the Red Force captain, appointed at the start of the season to lead the team. Here he is now.
I wonder what the thinking of giving Jason Mohammed just the 1 over was. It wasn't to change ends or anything.
No, it wasn't. Just wanted to maybe an exploratory single over.
Yeah, true. Could have broken the partnership.
Yes, he could have. Khan bowling to Carter now. Still have some options around. Yannick Correa has been in some great form with the ball. Actually took hat-tricks on consecutive days in the recently concluded T20 festival.
Got some turn.
Yeah, that's on the leg side though. Carter might have been disappointed he didn't get something on that.
He might be happy that he got a sighter of it as well.
Let's pull this one. Oh, straight into the body of Simmons just in front of him. Yeah, well, he didn't flinch at all.
He's worn one as well.
Into the pads though, luckily. Even that shot, you're looking at Simmons, he didn't really seem to back away. Now, even that shot where Carter was looking to play towards him, he didn't turn away at all. He kept his eyes on the ball.
Maybe he hasn't been hit hard enough yet.
That could be a possibility.
That's a nice looking shot. Man
nice
there.
Shot, but they're straight to the fielder. They're not going to run at that arm of Terence Hines.
Sent him back.
Well, Canna's going to get through his overs very quickly.
That's what I was just thinking that.
5 balls already.
Yeah.
Is it like 1 minute in the over already?
Yeah. Very quick. Yeah, he's got to be watchful.
Yeah, he certainly does. With the ball turning, end of the over from Can. So, was that a minute and a half? He finished that over in. Well, not that fast. 68 for 2 at the end of it. It's like those sets in tennis where the likes of Federer and perhaps Djokovic and Nadal, they hit you 4 aces, and within 60 ticks of the clock, the game is over, and you're another game down. Can just does that to you. The overs just trickle by quickly. It's been in great form with the ball and bat throughout the year. So let's see, is there another change? Well, there is. Charles is off the attack now, and it's going to be Jason Mohammed from the other end. So Can just bowling the 1 over. Charles bowling 8 overs on the trot. None for 23. And he did start to leak some runs towards the end. Had a drop catch off his bowling also. So Briefer 25, Carter 7. Last wicket falling at 34 for 2. So they have now doubled their tally, 34-run partnership. Drives it straight back to Jason Mohammed. It's easy as you like, just picks it up. Bravo continues to shout out all sorts of advice here to Reefer. TNT Red Force still in high spirits here. Barbados still very much in control of this game. Bowled out TNT for 133. And now just trailed by 65 runs here. Thought he was through there, Jason Mohammed. So a real battle here for these two batsmen. 34 runs they have scored. And they haven't come in a very quick time. End of the over. Another tidy over from Mohammed. 2 overs. And that one was a maiden. 68 for 2.
Well, as you said before, with Imran Khan bowling now, he'll get through the overs very quickly. He's probably got 3, maybe 4, I think. And then that'll finish things up. We may get done well before 1:30, by which time light will be going anyway. Anyway, here he is. Great stop.
Oh, that's a wonderful stuff indeed by Jason Mohammed. He's getting on in age, Jason Mohammed, but he's still very good in the field. 35 years now. Don't let anybody fool you. He's still a very good fielder. He did talk to us about his training. He works very, very hard on his fielding. Made some adjustments to his batting also.
See, he struck that really well, and he got no run for it. Now he's going to have to work even harder to pierce the field. Now he plays another defensive shot. You just want to put some pressure on, especially coming to the end of the day, because you've got the pressure of thinking, we can't lose a wicket right at the end. They're 2 down. We don't want to go in 3 down, but I still want to score some runs. I don't want them to tie me down. He's got that one away.
Beautifully played through extra cover for 4. Pitched up here from Imran Khan. It's turning into the batsman, but it was so close to him that drive just negated all the spin and really smoked that through the extra cover region. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, that's just released that pressure that Imran Khan was building up, which is such a shame. Another dot ball there, and you carry that into the next over. But 4 at the back end of the day. You might look at the scoreboard and think, now 72 for 2, I'm okay. I'll just keep it like this. I'm not going to chase anything at all. Especially now that I've got that boundary, I feel a lot better.
Pull this one away, and it's over the head of the fielder, and it's gone for a second boundary. Shorter delivery here from Khan. And Terence Hines was there, who's not the tallest man in the world. And he leapt high into the air, Terence Hines, but has escaped him. So a boundary here, second one in the over for Carter. Carter, who's gone along very slowly here, has picked up 8 runs in the last 2 balls.
Yeah, pull that one down, Imran Khan. Carter's eyes lit up there. Here we go, it's a second gimme. Put that one away.
Full toss, and that is a third 4 in the over for Jonathan Carter. No, there's a fielder down there, excuse me. Didn't see him there, he came off the boundary quickly. That's just going to be 1. Correction, 77 for 2.
Yeah, he's just below our line of sight there, but he emerged pretty quickly to stop that one, or else it would have been.
Yeah, it was a good shot too.
Third in the boundary, third in the over, third boundary in the over, as it was. He went for 2.
Late in the day here, 6 overs still to go. Imran Khan getting through his 2 overs very quickly, and changing gloves here for, is that Reefer? Got struck in the gloves earlier by Shannon Gabriel as he came back to bowl his second spell, just 2 overs that time. Reefer's now decided to change his gloves, and Jason Mohammed will bowl his 3rd over here now.
Has he gone up to the other end then?
Yeah, very much a situation where Barbados sort of closing up shop. The shutters coming down on what has been a successful day. Bravo's just screaming all sorts of things out there. Not sure what that was about.
Yeah, he's got nothing else to do at the moment. Just try and get in the heads of the batsmen, I suppose.
He loves a verbal joust, doesn't he, Bravo? Oh, that kept low and almost creeping through. But Carter doing well to keep that one out.
Yeah, flatter. Maybe just push through a little bit quicker.
I think Bravo's telling the batsmen they're boring. That's why he's trying to get them to play some shots here. Like that. He's a nice looking on drive for one. Oh, did that get through? Somehow it's gone down towards the fine leg region, away from the stumps. And that's thrown in here by Charles. Feeling in that slip position. Jason Mohammed left bemused as to how that didn't go on to the stumps. Refer starting that mid-stump guard, as you can see there. It's coming around the wicket. Yeah, he just played it a bit late there. Refer got the inside edge and away from the leg stump.
Not quite the nutmeg, but it was getting there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ronnie's been trying to teach us how to play that nutmeg shot. One where you play between the legs towards the square leg region from outside the off stump. Ronnie, of course, a technical guy here with us. Professor Ronnie, as we call him. And if you imagine that he's like one of those characters from Big Bang Theory, you'll be quite right. Can. Overs are really flying past now. We're now down to just 4 overs and the 4 balls in this one. But indeed, it has been a very good day for the Barbados Pride. The defending champions looking good here. They've already forged into an advantageous position after the first day here against the TNT Red Force. Of course, I'll keep you up to date with what's happening in the other games. It's looking even better for Jamaica. They're heading into a position of real strength after the first day. 282 for 6. Jermaine Blackwood on 110 not out. Aldane Thomas, we saw a little bit of him here. 35 not out of 40 deliveries. Stroked into the extra cover region. Just fielded easily, no run. And remember, they are playing without Brandon King. So they have done very well here, Jamaica. Oh, that one certainly turned a lot going down the leg side there from Imran Khan.
He got the turn. Yeah, that was going leg side. Start this on the off stump. Batsman would be in trouble. Well, he did.
Well, he did start it on the leg
he
stump.
did actually.
Just turned too much.
Just too much turn.
Trying to cut at that one and end off another fast over here from Imran Khan. After 3 overs, none for 9. Reefer wants a change of bat and maybe he wants a change of gloves here. And 1 or 2 other things. Well, he wants to get rid of the thigh pad. That's what it is. Windward Islands versus Leeward Islands at the Queen's Park Oval. Leeward Islands have now recovered to 286 for 9. That's surprising. And here's why.
It's a great partnership.
Colin Archibald is on 96 not out of 92 balls, and he's caned 12 fours and 4 sixes at the Queen's Park Oval. Colin Archibald. That's some fine batting by Colin Archibald. Really have to check his record here. He scored 250s before this in his first-class career, Colin Archibald.
That's his best score then.
And, well, actually, his... well, this is his second 50, by the way. That's the 96. So, in sight of 100 there. Surprise 100. And that's a 10th wicket partnership. So, he's batting at number 10. And he's 96 not out. Well, we did see Gudakesh Moti score 100 last week, batting very late for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Moti may have been in the wars today, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Took a blow at short leg, I think I saw him walking off with the physio. Could have been.
That Jamaica score looks like it's a close of play score for Jamaica. So they've wrapped up things at Diego Martin.
And that was 200 and how much did he say?
Yeah, it's going to get a single now here. Yeah, that score at Jamaica versus Guyana, that's close of play. 282 for 6.
Okay.
And Windward Islands, just to remind you, they are 286 for 9. That one is still on at the moment. So, Colin Archibald might get his 100 before the close of play here. Hopefully he does for his sake. This one's driven. Simmons was already getting out of the way that time. I think he's gotten your message. Well, here, this game has gone on a bit faster. TNT bowled out for 133 and Barbados Pride 181 for 2. They trail by only 52 runs now. Straight to the fielder again. So 3 overs to go in the day, 18 deliveries. And this whole afternoon, the sun has been gone for the last 3 hours or so. I'm sure the players have appreciated that. Umpire just checking to make sure the light is still good here. You know they have the light meters in their pockets.
Well, you've got
they carry all sorts of things in there, don't they?
Got 2 spinners on. Shouldn't be a problem. Reefer's got his helmet off. He's taken his thigh pad off. The bowling is so gentle, if you like. Doesn't even need a thigh pad.
In contrast, Carter's he still has the helmet on and the thigh pad.
Yeah, it's what you get used to, isn't it? Feel comfortable with that.
One easy here for Carter. Partnership up to 48 now of 111 deliveries. Has been good effort between these two. They absorbed quite a lot of pressure. Reefer's hit. He's been hit on the glove. He ducked away from a fierce bouncer from Shannon Gabriel. Carter's had a few problems himself.
He's still brave, throwing it up there. Fighting the drive.
Coming across to, that's a good stop by Shannon Gabriel, the big man, putting his body on the line for his team here. Sliding stop and at that mid-off position.
I took one.
Captain certainly appreciated that from the big fast bowler. Another good delivery here from Khan to end off the over. At the end of it, Barbados Pride 84 for 2. 2 overs to go in the day here. And certainly the day has belonged to the Barbados Pride. Looking back at the day here, Rooksy, Trinidad and Tobago won the toss and batted first. And as we've tracked through the other games, the other two teams that batted first here today, Jamaica and the Leeward Islands, both made the same decision. But what has been different in this Trinidad innings, not the same level of partnerships. Yeah,
they got rolled over. There's no doubt about it. Trinidad and Tobago got rolled over, whereas the other two teams had initial struggles and then recovered.
Right.
They found themselves, as you just pointed out, partnerships that took up time, took up overs, and put runs on the board.
Just as this partnership is doing. 50 partnership between the two, 84 for 2. So that's made up. It's been the largest output between two batsmen in this innings. Brathwaite gone for 6 and Mosley gone for 24. Now Reefer's the top scorer with 30, Carter on 18. Between them, 144 balls.
See, that they'll feel that they can come back tomorrow fresh with only 2 wickets down and a whole day to bat.
Thought he almost had him there. Carter was cutting at that one. He's having a sort of a long distance conversation with Bravo, who's trying to get him to play some shots. And he just sort of motioned towards the man at extra cover Bravo. Well, looking on here, that game at the Queen's Park Oval still very much on. Colin Archibald, just to tell you, has gone on to 99 now. So he's just a run away from his first class 100, 98 balls. That'll be some innings there from him.
Somebody there bowling came in for some tap then, didn't they?
Yeah, certainly did.
Run a ball.
And the thing is, they were sliding. They were 155 for 6, the Leeward Islands. They were 179 for 9 when the last man came in. And they have now... Oh, he's gotten the 100. Well, that's big news there at the Queen's Park Oval. We have 2 Centurions on the opening day. Not here. 85 for 2 at the end of the over here. But Colin Archibald has just brought up his 100 at the Queen's Park Oval. So 292 for 9. And that partnership is now worth 120 for the last wicket. Wow.
Just when you think you're going to knock them all over.
Not 190, but I'll recalculate that. But it is a big partnership at the end there. And Archibald has done the bulk of the scoring.
Just when you think you're going to knock them over, then you get that partnership at the end. Really frustrating. Here's Khan.
Well, talking about frustrating, that's exactly what's happening here as these two have blunted the Trinidad and Tobago attack. 113 the partnership up in Port of Spain. So just before the close of play, a big milestone. He's brought up his 100 with a 4.
Well, he's hit a few.
That was number 13, by the way. 13 fours, 4 sixes for Colin Archibald as he brings up his 100 just before the close of play at the Queen's Park Oval. Leeward Islands 296 for 9. Here we are into the last 4 balls now of the day's play. Barbados Pride 86 for 2. Make that 87 for 2. Every run there getting themselves in a stronger and stronger position. Know that Trinidad and Tobago might look enviously at what the other teams have achieved on the opening day, but it was all up to them. They won the toss, they batted first, just have not been able to do the business with the bat again. Ooh, he was rushing into that drive there.
I think it was a bump ball at the end anyway.
Yeah, it certainly was.
It hit it into the ground, and it was Khan moving in and then realising, well, maybe I don't have to catch that. Just for a moment it looked like a return catch.
Straight back to Khan. Threatens to throw down the stumps there, Imran Khan. And we're up to the last ball of today's play. And Barbados Pride are going to leave the stadium today knowing that they have done the business. Still a lot of work for them. And it ends with a solid defensive shot. That is the last ball of today's play. And Barbados 87 for 2. They still trail by 46 runs, but it is, if you had told them at the end of the day this would be their position, they would have taken your right arm to have it.
I think you're right. Able to dismiss Trinidad and Tobago for a disappointing score for the home team, especially coming off the back of a poor batting performance in the previous match. They haven't got rid of that the cobwebs, if you like.
There's the Barbados batting card. 32 for Reefer, 19 for Carter. Came together at 35 for the loss of 2 wickets. So they've put on 54 runs to bring their team to 87 for 2 at the close of play.
Yeah, you've got the rest of the batters thinking, all right, you've kept us in the, ahead of the game. We're going to come out here and really take it away from Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow. Maybe not the way that they originally expected.
2 for 14 for Terence Hines. Gabriel a good spell, 2 spells actually, 4 overs and 2 overs, none for 11, and Khan 5 overs at the end, none for 13. Jason Mohammed also none for 7 off his 5 overs. And Trinidad and Tobago earlier today bowled out for 133, 29 top score for Imran Khan. There's the card to express, to summarize what has happened today. TNT 133, 29 for Khan, 25 for Hines, and Joshua De Silva 23, and 3 wickets for Jomel Warrican, and 2 wickets apiece for Jordan, Simmons, and Graves. Altogether, an excellent performance for the defending champions Barbados Pride. They trail by 46. So we hope you join us tomorrow at 5 minutes to 10 for continued commentary on this Round 4 match, WICB Championship, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Barbados Pride. On behalf of Sheldon Rooks and the rest of our crew, I'm Vidya Ramphal. Bye for now.